Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Final time this season. Andrew McKenna and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you this one in the County Championship Division 2 fixture and our live stream in association with DafaBet. We'll take you through all of the permutations of this one, but first of all, let's hear from one of the protagonists, the Middlesex interim head coach, Dane Villas.
Dane Villas, thanks for joining us. Here we are ahead of the last game of this season. It's come around very quickly. How are you faced? The boys are obviously training behind you. How are you shaping up ahead of the last one?
I think very well, actually. Had a good month. Unfortunately, a couple of things haven't gone our way with the rain and the results and everything like that. Would have liked to talk to you in a slightly different position and pushing, but saying that, I think the boys are playing good cricket. I think the last couple of months have been really good, really positive, and everybody's excited and looking forward towards the last game.
Yeah, Dane, we had real high hopes of coming into this one with promotion still intact and within reach. Obviously, heavy rain, heavy wind and typical September weather, you could say, have put paid to that. How disappointing has it been, the four-day game here against Derby and up at Lancashire when you just stood watching time tick by? Yeah,
it is quite harsh. It takes the wind out of your sails with everything like that. But, saying that, I think when we have played cricket, it's been really positive. We've had some good performances and, we just want to keep working on the momentum that we've got leading into this as well. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a shame, but, it's what you can expect sort of this late in the year. Towards the end of summer. Doesn't feel like summer, even though the sun is out. A little bit colder and things are happening, but yeah, all good. I think the spirits are still high, and guys, want to finish off well and just keep performing and just keep doing what they're doing.
I want to talk about that positive cricket you mentioned there. We've seen a real change in our brand of cricket and the approach we've gone into games with. We seem to be playing in a much more positive light, and that declaration up at Northants was a fairly ballsy declaration, but was something we did to chase the victory. Is that what you're trying to instill in these guys, is a real positivity?
Yeah, I think so. I think guys just to trust their own abilities as well, have a good intent, good focus, and just try and play good cricket. I think it's easy to say play really positive or whatever, but also you got to be, in the fearless and the smart, but you got to be smart with the cricket as well. And I think that's where this group is now. Guys are playing really well, taking ownership really of themselves and what the team needs, and really just making sure that they get the best out of themselves, but also mainly putting the team first as well, which I think we're doing. So if guys can keep doing that and keep working and keep challenging each other to be better, because I think this team, wants to keep getting better and keep challenging, and that's what we're trying to bring as all the coaching staff is trying to make the guys accountable for what they do and be better, and we're trying to get them to fulfill their potential, which I think there's a huge amount in this squad at the moment.
Another thing you've done this year very well, Dane, is introduce youngsters into the squad. Obviously, we've had Nav Sharma come in, we've had Seb Morgan come in, both making their championship debuts, and of course you've got Jamie Feldman named in your squad to face Gloucester. Should Jamie play, obviously he'd be the third young academy graduate that's made his way in the side this year.
Yeah, I think it's really good that we've got a good young group of guys who are pushing all the sort of senior statesmen or the guys in the team as well, because we want to be pushing. We want to have a whole group of players who are coming in and want desperate to get into the side, which is in a good space at the moment. So we've got to keep pushing them. And it's really exciting for these guys to come through. But like I say, not even just the younger guys, even the guys sort of in their early 20s, the middle, still very young, but also performing and really putting in some good performances for us throughout the whole season, which is fantastic to see and really good. I think we've got something great to work with if we can just keep working with that and keep pushing them.
Couldn't agree more. How important for those that group of players to actually have someone like Toby Rowland-Jones, a real seasoned campaigner here. He's picked up another 40 wickets this year. Also Ryan Higgins, certainly very experienced with another 40 wickets himself. You must be delighted with the way those two have kind of led the attack this year, and I suppose they must teach this younger group of teams a huge amount.
Absolutely. I think, you give credit to them, their leadership and everything that they've done. They've done it for a number of years. And it's great that they're still desperate and hungry to do it, put in those performances, for Toby and Higo to be, up there again and keep pushing. And that's exactly where we expect them to be. And then also, give a lot of experience and knowledge to the younger guys coming through, that hopefully that they can add to that group, and then one day hopefully much further down the line take their place as well. But it's really good, and we want everybody to contribute and challenge each other, and with Toby and Higo always learning and always trying to improve as well, which is exactly what we want, and sort of instill in these guys to keep learning and improving each day.
You mentioned the blooding of these youngsters, Dane, is boding well for the future. A little word on your own progress so far. You've been with the club 3 months now. I don't expect you to give me a straight answer yet, because I'm sure conversations are ongoing. But you must be looking forward and hopeful of extending your stay here with the club.
Yeah, hopefully. I've absolutely loved it, which has been great. I think it's been great that Coley's given me the board as well, has given me the opportunity to come in and work with the team. I've loved every minute of being here and working hard, and getting really stuck in with the guys has been fantastic. And also the way that they've welcomed me into the Middlesex family or team, if you want, has been excellent. And I'm looking forward to hopefully continue and working and really just keep throwing and working with the guys and doing as much as I can to try and get them to the best of their abilities as well, because like I see, there's always a great potential here for us to improve and get better for all of us as well, which is exciting.
Great to hear. A little word on this week's opponents, Gloucester. They obviously secured a victory, one of only two sides to get a win last week in
Dane Villas there speaking to Stephen Fletcher ahead of the final game of the season here at Lords. And, well, sad news yesterday coming through the passing of Dickie Bird, the legendary cricket man, be it player, obviously with Yorkshire and Leicestershire, but as an international umpire where he really made his name and dearly loved on the domestic scene as well. So the players all line up. Middlesex squad there. You see Kane Williamson at the top as well. Good to see Kane after a knock of late that's kept him out of the side. But yeah, very, very sad news, the passing of Dickie Bird, Harold Dickie Bird, at 92 years of age.
Before playing with innings today, MC6, Middlesex and Rothesay consider appropriate to mark Dickie's contribution to the game by observing a minute's silence. For those who are able, please stand in respect of Harold Dickie Bird.
Dickie Bird, who sadly passed away yesterday. A great at the game, I have to say, one of the fond memories as well, Mackie. You think back as a kid, it's not often that you think of the officials, but Dickie was certainly one of those that you always remember some of the great incidents, good and bad, but he always made a good show of it.
One thing that has sort of come to quite clear forethought in the last sort of 24 hours or so is seeing all of these clips of when daft things happened. Why was Dickie always the umpire? Whenever something crazy happened in cricket in the 80s, 90s, well, it was Dickie Bird umpiring. I don't know if he was a magnet for the incident or the incident was a magnet for Dickie, but yeah, there are so many incredible stories from the world of cricket, and they all involve Dickie Bird some way or other along the line.
The burst water pipe, that was always the best one, wasn't it?
Well, I enjoyed Alan Lamb and Ian Botham with the mobile phone.
Oh yeah.
When they slipped that into his pocket of his umpire's coat in the early days of mobile phones, and then rang it during play. And of course, he had no idea what a mobile phone was, no idea what was happening in his pocket. Could you imagine a worse combination? Botham, Lamb, and Bird. I mean, goodness.
Probably a good thing the phones didn't vibrate back in those days. Right, here we go. There's Sam Robson on the right and Josh DeCary's on the left. Middlesex winning the toss and electing to bat, which might be a bold move. September, 10:30 start. Could be an interesting one, we shall see. But yeah, no Kane Williamson again this week for Middlesex. Shame for him at the end of the season. I'm sure he'd have wanted to get out there and get some runs. The good news is the weather forecast for this game. All 4 days it looks as though will be mostly, if not completely, clear of any rain. Whether the light comes into play in the evenings, though, of course, that's another factor. But it's been a frustrating couple of weeks in the Championship. Heavily rain-affected games up and down the country. But everything all set in Division 2. Up go Glamorgan and the champions Leicestershire. And, well, a few bits to sort out in Division 1, of course, including the Championship, which Nottinghamshire appear well on course for at the moment. Now, Matty Taylor's going to have the ball in hand this morning from the pavilion end. Wide shot if you can, please. 3 slips, points, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg, and as ever, well, we'll wait until both sides batted, but we'll see how it goes this morning and wonder at lunch whether it was a good toss to lose. If Gloucestershire can get in amongst a couple quickly here, then we may well be reflecting that, we shall see. But Middlesex going boldly at it this morning and looking to boss the game from the off. We are the top end of the square, as you can see. That generally is a little better for the batters up there. Better pace coming onto the ball, but equally can zip through as well for the bowlers. Here we go, Taylor to Robson. And a nice start, right on the spot from Taylor. Gloucestershire, who drew with Middlesex at Cheltenham College. Another heavily rain-affected game earlier this season, which was a great frustration. A lovely place to sit and watch cricket, but sadly not that week. Pitching outside the line, trickle away for the first run of the match. A leg bye it'll be. Brings Josh DeCary's onto strike.
DeCary's has had decent return this year since he's got the nod at the start of the partway through the campaign to go at the top of the order. 336 runs at 48, 450s, best of 87. Can he sign off the campaign with something in the 3-figure column?
But he'd desperately love to get it out of the way this year now, having come so close on so many occasions. He's wiggling away in his crease at the moment. That's what the delay is. But we're ready to go. We'll lift on that one, but down the leg side with the slope.
18 wickets for Matt Taylor in the campaign this year. Arjit Singh Dale's been the leading man as far as Gloucestershire are concerned, with 35 wickets. 31.2, best of 7 for 110. He's also got the best economy rate and the most maidens for Gloucestershire this year, so he's a significant part of their bowling attack.
Leg side again, and DeCary's punishes it. That's a nice little clip. Fine, the long leg fielder. First boundary, first runs off the bat.
Just a little bit too leg side-ish, isn't he? Always useful to have a left armer here at Middlesex, at Lords, but you've got to get that starting position right. Just fractionally too straight, and the slope will make it just so much easier for the batters to flick off the hip or off the pad.
It's a little bit close to where he wants to be. Happily on the front foot, DeCary's, but equally he'll be looking to blast those pads off this morning, won't he? Taylor. There's the exaggerated leave. That's got a chat or two in recent weeks. He's looked good, DeCary, since coming back into the side. fraction short on this one. He was a little full the last ball, a little short that one, but there or thereabouts in that over, but for the one down the leg side clip for 4. So 5 without loss. It's the opening over.
You can just see in the background there the people that are in Lords this morning. They are wearing coats because although it looks a glorious day, and it is a glorious day, bearing in mind it's the back end of September, there is an early chill this morning. So there's not a huge amount of warmth, although there is clear skies and some sunshine. Might well warm up during the day. I think the top temperature today is about 18, 19 degrees, so it's not the worst day to be a bowling at this time of year.
God, in a month's time we'd give anything for that, wouldn't we?
Not half.
Jeet Singhdale from the nursery end. Speedster has 4 slips in place for the right-handed Robson. Point and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Widely sought after also, we're to believe, Singhdale at the end of this season.
I'm under the impression he's actually going to Lancashire. I think that may have been sorted, but there probably would have been a few in. As mentioned, those numbers. I mean, he really has been a proper workhorse. Bowled the most overs, 316 coming into this. No one else over 300. Most maidens, most wickets, best return and best economy.
That's why.
Yeah, that's more than handy, isn't it?
That's shaped and Robson as a result. Just prodding at the surface there, suggesting it was all seam movement. Let's have a look. Yes, it was.
Just had a little nibble, didn't it? I think it did just shape away, just a touch.
Leg side on that, and meat and drink for Sam Robson.
Lovely shot. Again, just that little bit too straight. And Robson helps himself to 4.
Yeah, whether it's driving or clipping through that region. Strong scoring area for Robson. Obviously, you have to be careful early in the innings, don't you? Closing the face as he did, but sweetly struck. Oh, now that sprays away. A chance for Bracey. 4 more welcome runs. Eyes will be signalled. But that's gone off the seam as well.
I thought for a moment the umpire had actually signalled wides, but it's gone down on the scoreboard as byes at the moment. By the way, if I'm Bracey, as a former keeper, I'm absolutely filthy with that. What's he supposed to do? How is that gone against the keeper?
That's better. Nicely done from Robson. Just drop the single, rotate the strike. Yeah, Lords is unforgiving for a keeper as well as bowlers, batters, perhaps even more so for the keeper.
There's Ian Blackwell standing at this end. I think Bracey might have a quiet word in his ear roll at the end of the over. If that's going to stay as byes, then, oh dear me.
Nicely bowled, well played by Dickie. He's waiting on that. He got in behind it, didn't he? There's another good delivery from Singhdale to end the over. 14 without loss.
That was a wide, you know, I think, because Ian Blackwell stayed at the standing end, and it wasn't until Neil Pratt walked in from square leg. I wonder if there is a little bit of confusion as to whether he did signal wides or byes. Anyway, Ian Blackwell's making his way off to square leg, and it is the end of the over.
Well, you know what they say. Short game's a good game. It's one less delivery.
That one ball's going to make all the difference.
He's got a snood on the umps, hasn't he? Is that a snood?
There's certainly something sneaking out the top of the coat, isn't there?
Are you a snood wearer, Macca?
It has been known, but generally speaking, February, January time, not September.
There you go, into the slot again for Robson. Clipped away nicely now. How lush is the outfield? It's very lush. I was thinking how damp may it be as well, but where it goes.
Just used the slope to his advantage there. Robson goes up to 9. And it obviously is warming up a touch, because while you were watching the replay of that, Josh Dickie was just signalling to the dressing room, say, I don't need the short sleeve sweater anymore. Can someone come and collect it?
Yeah, there's no wind today, which I guess would be the biggest factor at this stage of the year, wouldn't it? Change up on the field, they've just brought across the mid-wicket after that last one, which is probably right with Taylor trying to blast the pads off. Drop short on this though, and again, onto the hip of Robson, that's where he'll want it. It's a little loose to begin here, Gloucestershire. Not quite hitting the spot they need to.
Yeah, you got 3 slips in place. And a few too many balls that have been sent down won't have actually interested them in any way, shape or form, which would be, I guess, a little bit disappointing from a Gloucestershire point of view, but from Middlesex, a run rate of 8.1 at the moment.
Thick inside chunk of the bat. Bring to Carey's a couple, but that's exactly where they'll want to stay. This is the area where Taylor in particular, left arm over to the right hander with the slope, is in play. That ball there, does it come back in? Does it angle across?
That's one of those that people go, oh, you don't want to be missing those. Well, you didn't, so it doesn't matter.
That's a good take. Bracey. Bracey tumbling down the leg side. See him behind that again to Carey's.
Just mentioning Bracey behind the stumps there. I did a little bit of digging before the start of this game. 16 stumpings in Division 2 this year, only in the county championship. Glamorgan and Lancashire, 4 each of them. So between those 2 counties, they've had half the stumpings.
Ah, there you go. That's the one. Fizzes across the right-hander. He's sucked into it. Gets away with it, though.
And Bracey's got 41 catches, and that was very nearly 42.
Little naughty that from De Carey's, wasn't it? And there's the width. Too early in the innings. Looking for the booming drive, not to be. 21 without loss.
And I know that it's not quite as foot to the pitch of the ball as it used to be, but generally speaking, you want at least a little bit of movement in there, as he sort of held the line and trusted his hand-eye coordination. But as we just said previously, you know, when we said we don't want to miss those, he didn't. We don't want to nick those, he didn't either. So, you know, nothing done.
That gets through. Might get through as well for 4. Downhill all the way. Oh, now did that just nudge? I think it did, yeah. There's the snood.
Ian Blackwell is aware it isn't January, isn't he?
I'm with Blackers. Too cold for cricket, this.
Well, the wind has turned round. If you're watching this outside of the UK at the moment, the wind has turned round in the last few days. It is now the easterly direction, which brings the colder air. So it is going to be a touch chillier than recent games, but it is going to be drier. So we'll take that.
Mike Selby said years ago, and whether it still exists now, but there used to be a theory here at Lords that if the wind was coming in from behind the pavilion, it would swing. If it was from the nursery end, it would not swing. As you say, that's where it's coming from today. It's only a gentle breeze, isn't it? It's not a beast from the east. There you go. Line dormant at the moment, but when it does pick up, it's pointing from behind the media centre to the pavilion. Yeah, we've seen that one off the surface, maybe with a slight hint of late swing from Singdale that beat Robson, but nothing much else through the air just yet. Sunny's on. Bit of sweater underneath the jacket there as well.
Lad in the background's in shorts and t-shirt.
Oh, now that's where Robson has to be careful. He very nearly chipped that one up. He clipped a beaut through there earlier from Singdale, but there you go. That one just straightened on him, and that's why you've got to keep that back face open early in the innings. Close your face on that and you're gone. Shouldn't he be at school?
Now you mention it, it's a very good point. Well, he's learning far more here today than
Every day's a school day. Good from Robson again, watchful. Wary, and he needs to be. Better from Singdale there.
If you are picking up the bangs and crashes through the effects, Mike, it's obviously the rebuilding work going on. Although that appears to be a tea break at the moment.
Do you remember Fraggle Rock? What were the little ones that used to be always building in Fraggle Rock?
Oh, now you might have done me there. I could remember the theme song, but that's where I run out, I'm afraid, on Fraggle Rock.
Are you going to sing it for us?
You must be joking.
Now, was there anything on that? That really moves away from Bracey. It's going to be by signal, but goodness me, did that go?
I thought, from the first view, I thought that's got to have clipped the pad. Wow, that really has gone, hasn't it?
Slightest hint of late swing, just adjusting the line, and then with the slope. Off it went. That's what we're talking about, tough for the keepers here at Lords. That's the spot from Taylor.
Looks like he's now marking to come around. I just wondered if there was a potential case for actually taking one of the 3 slips and putting him in at leg slip. Because if you want to be bowling that angle, then at least put an element of risk and doubt into the batter's mind. But he's gone the other way and decided to come around the timbers.
Now Shaheen Shah Afridi did this, and I think against Gloucestershire as well, coming around the wicket from the pavilion end a couple of years back. Certainly a Leicestershire match away at Glamorgan. He had a really brilliant start. Let's look back and see if Gloucestershire were one of the teams as well, but he kept on blowing away the top 3 and left arm around from the pavilion end as well. Only thing today with not a great deal of swing. Carries knows everything's coming back into him there. Left arm around, the slope, and all of the movement that we've seen so far has been back into the right hander. We haven't seen anything go the other way, seam or through the air. Of course, he might get one to hold its line, but mostly the batters should be well set with the bowling around the wicket. Noah Cornwell, who's back in the Middlesex side, has taken a fancy to this line of attack as well. Saw it at Merchant Taylor's School a bit from him coming around the wicket, but particularly here at Lord's though, where the slope, everything is there for the batter to set themselves up, which seems why it's a slight oddity to me, but then it worked for Shaheen.
I think he's got a body of work that suggests he's entitled to go his own way, hasn't he? What a bowler he is.
Five bowls, 29 without loss. Book, coffee, all very sensible stuff in the sands already this morning. Wow, there we go. Well, we talked about a strength being a weakness early on, and he's done it. Lifted straight to Ahmed. And Robson has to go. Singdale has the wicket.
It is almost a replay of a shot we've seen so many times, but this one tries to flick just that little bit squarer and straight to the fielder. And just on the tail end of that, you could see Sam Robson, as he's flicking it away, the head goes down because he knows straight away.
Big wicket, the one they'd have wanted early on. Sam Robson, such a reliable opener over the years. Ahmed with the catch, Singdale the wicket. 14 for Robson and Middlesex 29 for 1. So still no Max Holden, Kane Williamson, so Luke Holman continues at 3. Another big opportunity for him, but it should be, and I'm sure it will be, difficult here this morning against Singdale and Taylor.
There's not been that many unplayable deliveries so far from a Middlesex point of view. So that'll be, I guess, the disappointment with the number in the wicket column. And if you get an absolute belter in the first 20 minutes or so of a day, then fair enough, that can happen at any point. But clipping one off your toes to mid-wicket will feel like you've got yourself out rather than the bowler has done it for you. 29 for 1 then.
Bumper from Singdale. They've got a long leg and a deep square, as you can see there. So they may well look to engage Holman early on. Then down the track comes to Carey's to have a chat.
Well, unlike last week, when there was only one game that had play on day one of the County Championship round, everyone is underway today. First and second division. And obviously Division 2 is sorted out, but what's happening in Division 1 still to be decided at both ends of the scale. Obviously Notts going for the title. I've got Warwickshire 12 for 1 at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire 3 down at home to Sussex, 18 for 3. Surrey obviously hoping to benefit on any Notts slip-ups. They're 7 without loss. Somerset 18 without loss against Essex. And the final game, Durham 8 for 2 against Yorkshire. So still some stuff to be sorted out in Division 1. And in Division 2, Glamorgan 21 for 2 at home against Lancashire. Leicestershire 42 without loss at Northampton. Derbyshire 28 without loss down at Canterbury.
So assuming we're safe to say it's 14 game season next year, 10 and 8 split of Division 1, Division 2. Oh, feet up in the background. Did you see that? Just caught that in the corner of my eye. Man after my own heart, feet up.
Mum being used as a cushion.
Three kids in. Hopefully their headmaster's not tuned in right now. But then he wouldn't be able to admit to it either, would he? 29 for 1. What were you doing watching the Middlesex stream, sir? That's a beaut.
And that goes away up the hill. You can argue that Holman's actually played the right line, because what he's playing for is something that straightens, or at least holds its own, and therefore he's fine if it goes the other way.
Looking at those Division 1 scores, you could almost say that that's a straight relegation scrap, Yorkshire Durham. Whoever loses that, highly likely to go down. Durham currently second bottom on 140, Hampshire then on 142 playing Surrey, then Yorkshire on 146, so I suppose a defeat for Yorkshire and a defeat for Hampshire. Probably sends Hampshire down, but Durham potentially a draw in that game. They'll climb above Hampshire, obviously depending on bonus points. If Hampshire were to lose to Surrey. I suppose a small chance that Sussex and Essex could get drawn into it on 150 points, the pair of them. But it would take a strange run of results, you'd have thought, for that to happen.
Okay, so let's be greedy on this point of view then. Well, from a commentary point of view,
Sussex. Trip to Hove, 4 days. I'd also take Hampshire. Can we completely rule out Chesterley Street or Yorkshire, please?
and you see, the question is though, Chesterley Street in April or Chesterley Street in August? Actually, there's only about 2 degrees difference, isn't there?
Just Chesterley Street.
Sorry, Harmy, if you're watching. Just on, I'm going to say something. If my microphone suddenly goes quiet, then you'll understand I've probably got collared around the ear hole and told we're not allowed to talk about this. But I do find it very odd that we were having a vote yesterday to decide what's happening next season. I thought we got to the point that if we hadn't decided what we were doing, then the status quo maintains and we'll discuss what's going on for the following year. I find it very bizarre you can be so close to the end of the season without deciding what you're doing.
Lovely shot. Shot of the morning from De Carey's. His second boundary, but crisply out of the middle of the bat. Through the covers.
And thank you, Josh De Carey's, for getting me out of that one and getting us back onto the cricket. But do you know what I mean? How can you be so close to the end of one season finishing and not knowing what you're doing next year? Oh, hello.
I think sparks may well have flown if the vote had gone the other way.
Oh! He's here all season. There's only 3 more days, fortunately.
But yes, it looks as though, as you were for next season, apart from the Blast. The Blast is down by 2 games. So Blast comes down to 12 games, which again I think is common sense. It really is. Reducing the championship would have been utter madness.
Well, you know what would have been the end game of that one would be that if England start losing test matches and then they said, well, they're not playing enough red ball cricket. Well, yeah, because you voted to reduce the number of games, quid pro quo. And then if England were losing games on a regular basis, then there would have been pressure from above to say, well, you need to change it back.
Well, it's interesting the white ball woes that England have had this year. None of it has been blamed on the counties. Nothing has been looked at on the domestic schedule, whereas in years gone by, as soon as something goes wrong, white ball or red ball, it's the county's fault. This year it's not.
Oh.
Butte, and he's got him. Oh, De Carey's doesn't like it though. Was it bat on pad? Was there no sound at all? If there was a nick, then De Carey's is certainly suggesting that it was bat on pad. But it looked for all the world as though that nipped down the slope and took the edge. It looked a very good appeal, but, well, it certainly wasn't bat on pad. So if there was a noise, there was only one noise. And that suggests there may well have been a little bit of daylight. Singdale thought he heard a noise, though.
Well, he's either nicked it or he's got the old clicky bat handle. Because as you say, it can't be anything other, so if there is a noise... But...
That last replay, it wasn't conclusive, but it looked as though he was through the shot and the ball. There was a little bit of daylight there. But the scorebook says 34 for 2. And here's Lewis Deploy, who won the toss this morning.
Well, if I'm Josh Keres, I might make my way back up towards the dressing room, but stop off at Simon Hinks, the match referee's office. Just knock on the door and say, shall we have a chat now? Because he's probably going to have a little meeting at the end of the day after showing such an outward display of disappointment. .34 for 2.
Here's the early morning bite point. The skipper, the heavily elevated number 3, Luke Holman. And a big opportunity in the 8th over here to really get in amongst Middlesex. We always talk about 3 wickets of a morning is usually a pretty even morning. Well, they've got 2 in the first 8 overs. So often in September, 10:30 starts with a little bit of moisture around. You're almost looking at a 5-wicket morning. And this could be one of them. Singdale's starting to get it more regularly onto a spot now. And this should be a challenge.
Yeah, I said earlier that Gloucestershire hadn't really done a huge amount with the ball so far, but it appears to be doing a bit more. Presumably the lacquer's starting to come off it. Bowlers are getting into their rhythms, getting loose and getting warmed up. Maybe we are getting into the tricky part of the morning.
That's nicely done. It's guided by Deploy. Off the mark, second ball.
Yeah, there's 3 in the cordon. But he's got the confidence. Actually, it was lower on the bat than I thought it was. I thought it was sort of nearer the middle, sort of upper middle part of the bat, and he was actually riding the bounce, but it's just a guide through.
Singdale in particular at the moment, he's hitting the right spot more regularly, and that's the difference of the first couple of overs, isn't it? It looked as though the first 2-3 overs.
And because of that, the short mid-wicket's gone out and gone into a 4th slip.
After all the praise, he drags on leg side, gets away with it. Can we have a look at that one from behind, please, Dan?
Another good take from Bracey, though. He's having a proper workout this morning.
Stepped across the fairway here. Deploy. Got it behind. I did think that couldn't have been too far away.
Ah, morning, father. Eight gone, 38 for 2.
Well, we've had a look at the time. It's just gone 11. I was about to say we all know what time 11:05 means in September, but unfortunately we can't get a shot of the bowler's bar at the moment.
Ground's filling up nicely, isn't it? Come and sit in the sunshine.
Bit of pandemonium getting here for a couple of us this morning, so I'd imagine that, well, mind you, not many would have driven. A lot would have been on the tube. It was a tube strike across for the last game here, wasn't it?
Oh yes, it was. This morning it was nice and easy. Those of us
Yeah,
who
thanks, Macca.
Those of us who came on public transport are feeling very smug at this point.
Edged and out of reach. Third slip thrown upper hand.
Well, he went hard at it, and that's why it goes up and over the third slip. So quite bottom handy. Actually, it didn't go as high over third slip as I first thought.
He's almost gone at it with the wrong hand, hasn't he? I can understand why, but if he'd have seen it early enough, it would have been two hands thrust up, and the main hand that it had been thumping into would have been the left hand, but he's gone with the right hand.
Yeah, Miles Hammond, the man at third.
And there you go, that's what he was looking for before Holman. Gentle guide. But yeah, I think with Hammond, because he saw it late, he felt he was only going to have one grab at it, and that was to throw up that right hand in the hope that he could pluck it out of the air.
I can tell he's going to be disappointed so far this morning. I mean, those last two, okay, yeah, the first one is only just over the top of third slip, but if you're getting short, wide ones, so cut wide of third slip, you're probably not in the right area.
That's nice. Well, he had his left arm around the right-handers. He's now got two lefties to look at, and this should be a challenge right now for Holman and Deploy. The ball sliding away down the slope, bringing the outside edge into play. But as we saw, in particular, that drive ball that he offered to De Carey's that beat the edge of the bat really fizzed across the right-hander. If he gets one of those to the lefty on the stumps, then the inside edge could well be beaten. And there it is. Height, maybe an inside edge. Go to front on, please, mate. And there we go. Out of shot, but the confirmation of the height of it, yes. Ouch. He wasn't rubbing it. And he takes it out on the next ball. That's a nice shot from Holman. It's the 50 up for Middlesex.
Afraid it's same again, isn't it? Too short, too wide. And Holman says, thank you very much. Now, the pavilion end umpire, as you can just see at the top of the picture there, is wandering over. I think it's something to do with either the screen or someone around there, because they're having a word with the steward about just altering something. That'll need some altering.
I wonder, is it the number of people on that middle balcony when Taylor's left arm over to the left-hander? Also, the door's wide open, so that needs to shut.
I don't believe it's an issue at ground floor level, put it that way, because the steward that Neil Pratt was in conversation with went straight up the stairs and into the main part of the pavilion as if he was heading for the stairs, rather than to deal with something at ground level. So you're absolutely right, there is a door wide open on the middle tier.
But that's a simple fix, though. That's a shut, and that, you know, shut the door. So just wondering. grouping, quite understandably, of people there who'd be perfectly in line for left arm over to the left-hander. Chipped, but safely fine at the mid-wicket. Deep square will hold them to a couple. Can you frame up on that door at the end of the over? Okay. Do a wide shot. Marsh and DeLange warming up in the foreground there. Ever had the pleasure with Marchant? Huge, giant figure, big, broad shoulders, nasty fast bowler. He's like a cuddly toy in the commentary box, though.
No, I don't think I have. It's only his 4th game of red ball cricket this year. 5 wickets to his name. There's some wickets. Wonder what that conversation is.
I wouldn't wonder for too long, to be honest, Macca.
You're implying it's they've gone the low-brow option rather than the high-brow option, are you?
There's only one brow when it comes to Murtagh. That's a good leave. 10 bowled, 53 for 2. That gets the wide shot down and we'll go back to the... So the middle balcony there of the pavilion, that door's just shut to the right. Still a grouping sat there. You can see the sight screens being adjusted below. That's the top tier. They're all behaving themselves. It's the middle tier lot that are usually the problem. Now, change of bowling. Marchant DeLange is into the attack, replacing Taylor. So the left arm around, that may or may not have been a problem, is now replaced by the right arm. Or left arm over, as it was, sorry. Now the right arm around from DeLange. Just 10 overs in.
Wonder if that might be to actually give him a change of ends. Because I'm not sure he's been that comfortable from the pavilion end yet.
Wide on the crease to begin from DeLange. And straight down the track to have a word. Nice to see Elias. Look at the size of him.
Looks like a South African rugby player.
If DeLange gets going, then this is going to be a really tricky spell early in the innings for Middlesex. At his best, he's right up there, DeLange. Fine. Oh, big divot taken out of the turf as well.
Just another one, slightly straying down the leg side this morning from Gloucestershire. Tries to dive and put his hand on the ball to stop it, but just can't get there. I can tell you, by the way, he has just replaced the divot.
Well, bowled, well played. Right on the spot from De Lange. Far from overpitched, but a lovely push, full face of the bat from Leas Deploy.
Was just a push as well, wasn't it? It's just a way. It is basically a well-timed defence shot, isn't it? That picks you up too.
That's the Leas Deploy that everyone knows and loves. He had a slow start to the season, but if one shot sums up Deploy, it's that. Gentle defensive push, and all of a sudden he's got a couple down the ground, and we're waxing lyrical.
Coming into today, averaging 41.4 for the season. 5 50s, which makes him and Ben Geddes the two players with the most 50s for Middlesex in the Championship. Deploy's turned 2 of those into hundreds. Max Holden with the most this year, with 3.
Yeah, it was a slow start to the season for Deploy, but found his way second half of the campaign. Looks like sweater's coming off for him as well. 59 for 2 after 11, Middlesex.
Yeah, so Deploy started this game on 746 runs for the Red Ball season, so he's gone past 750. I mean, long gone are the days thanks to the calendar of 1,000 before the end of May. Now players are struggling to get 1,000 in the season with the way it's working. But it feels like he's more au fait with things now here, isn't he? He's settled in.
It's away. 4 more, bottom edge.
Gloved it down and not that far away from the keeper again.
A rap on the knuckles. Wasn't that bad a shot. Better from Singdale again. Just got to leave it on that spot there. The ball and the pitch will do the rest for you this morning. Breeze at his back, Singdale. MCC pennant pointing towards the pavilion from the media centre. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. How has that got through?
Well, he's done well to play inside it.
Good pace again, fizzing through to the gloves of the keeper.
Do you know what? Do you remember a couple of overs ago they actually had a 4th slip in? the way he's going at the moment, I might be having a quiet word with the captain saying, can we have him back there, please?
Asking the right questions here, Singdale. First ball was pushing Holman back, the bumper, which was gloved for 4. Long leg in the deep square, set back, but really it's all about that off stump right now. And turned around. Last ball of the over. He'll benefit with 4, Holman, but it's a test here from Singdale.
Well, he's managed to get it off the outside portion of the bat, but straight downwards on this occasion. So all safe.
MCC Foundation on the advertising board there had their finals day a week or so ago here at Lord's, which is another wonderful day. Back to over the wicket. He started around the wicket to Langer, I think. Probably prefer it over the wicket for now. There we go. School's day at Lord's.
Popular chap, isn't he?
Who's dropped it? Someone dropped the Horsecraft, didn't they? Wow. That's a lovely shot by Deploy. Mid off a little wider, but again it's that full face.
Can't really add anything to that. Sorry if Kevin's just deafened you by dropping his microphone.
Could have blamed the builders. I know who your mates are. The perfect excuse for that. Drive from Deploy. I mean, the difference between that drive for 4, which was a beaut to watch, and the defensive push down the ground for 2, both economy of efforts, and all about how he gets it sweetly out of the middle of that bat. There goes another one. Racing away down the slope, 4 all the way.
And of course, vast majority of that journey over the square as well. So get it going, beat the infield, and you're not catching that one.
Clearly fancied a bat this morning, the skipper, winning the toss. He's rattled along to 19, sorry, from 15. Holman equally he's rattled along there, hasn't he? 23 from 23. There was an edge and a gloved one in the last over to help him along. Now, that has slipped away down the slope. Extravagant movement on that one, and in fact, that's what saves deploy.
Most important thing is it doesn't do it too early, does it? Just before it gets to the batter, it starts to go. That's what gives him the problem. Well played in the end. Cracking delivery.
And away again. No margin for error here for De Lange because Deploy is seeing it big. Very much looks in the mood. End of the 13th. Middlesex tick along. An hour on the clock to 78 for 2.
Farouq Ahmed on for his debut. 25-year-old right armer. He's played 6 List A games. Come through the Cardiff UCCE system. Seems to be a bit of an all-rounder because his last outing was a couple of weeks ago in the second team. Got 62 not out in the second innings against the Lancashire Seconds. He will bowl from the nursery end. 2 slips. Point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square leg and long leg.
On the spot, first ball. A tumble as well. A little roly-poly.
Quite literally on the spot.
One for the kids, that. School's day. Do some acrobatics for them as well. Didn't quite go fully over.
It's not a bad place to make your county championship debut, is it? If you can't get a home game, then where do you fancy? Well, I suppose Lords would be fairly high up the list, wouldn't it? But of course, what he does now have to do is deal with the slope, and that does take some getting used to.
Are you a bandana wearer, Macca? Headband on the morning run?
No.
Evening run?
Less likely.
It's nice again. Wasn't that close, but that's the channel. Could be wrong, but I think this was a comfortable lead for Deploy. Yeah, it's not challenging from there, but a little bit of shape, though, is what the bowler will be interested in. Can he go a little straighter now and push it across the left-hander? That's where the trouble comes for the batters here at Lords. That's it. Well, the tumble didn't help his appeal either. This isn't a bad shout. which is in line. I tell you what, height saving him, but only just. The nature of the slope from off to leg, it means you've got every chance. Use the feet from deploy to negate whatever movement there is, be it through the air or off the surface. Single to end the over, and just a single off his first over. An impressive one from Ahmed.
Always nice for a bowler in the early stages of their career to get a good throat clearer in as well, isn't it? You know, you've at least asked the question of the umpire. As I mentioned earlier, that will look very pretty, but there is just a little bit of a chill in the air at the moment, hence the reason you can see Ian Blackwell, the umpire there, where he's well rugged up. But, well, look, bearing in mind, it's the 24th of September, it could be considerably worse than this.
You come into the cricket lab, but you're not allowed to watch. Oh, come on, Dad. Avert your eyes, young man. What's going on out there that you can't watch? Shenanigans in the front row? Yeah, we had a sleeper on that shot you were on 2 minutes ago before we cut to the floodlights. It was not quite there for the drive. I think deploy just checked it slightly in the end. And with a whiff. Lovely shot. Showing what he's all about. Starved of the strike a little in the last couple of overs. But this is what he's been holding up his sleeve.
We've seen some balls go through that region already today, haven't we? Extra cover, mid-offish, rolling away for 4 down the slope, and 50 partnership.
Be interesting to see number of balls if we can. 43. Deploy fancied something out there this morning, and we're starting to see why now. A few bits of litter blowing about out there at the moment. Breeze has clearly picked up.
Deep mid-wicket going back just in front of the grandstand.
A bluff. And a length to finish, 84 for 2. Yeah, a few napkins blown across perhaps from school's day. The kids have tucked in early to pack lunch. 20 to 12, that's coming up to pack lunch time, isn't it?
Most school trips I went on, you had your packed lunch before you even arrived wherever it was you were going.
Straight on the school bus, find out if it's jam or ham. They're always cursing when you ended up with the ham sandwich and your mate got the jam sandwich.
School trips, though, have changed a lot in recent years. So I grew up in the East Midlands, and we sort of did the obligatory sort of Robin Hoody kind of things and whatever. We also did Warwick Castle.
What, you robbed from the rich?
Yes, well, it was a different part of Nottingham. But my nephew recently went on a school trip to Iceland. 4 days in Reykjavik. We had an afternoon at Warwick Castle.
Oh, beaut, that is. No bull calls. Petiploy clearly feeling the need to use his feet here. "4 days in Reykjavik." Wasn't that a Colin Farrell movie? Is it Brendan Gleeson with Colin Farrell? In Bruges, wasn't it, was the movie? I think he's starring in the West End in the coming weeks. It's Brendan Gleeson, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. A few weeks' time, I'm going to see the Inside Number 9 stage show. You a fan of that, Inside Number 9? Inside half of the bat, but safely for a single. Steve Pemberton and Rhys Shearsmith's TV programme. They do lots of very, very, shall we say, black comedy and some very, very dark stuff. They were in the West End earlier in the year. Missed that, but popping down to Woking to see them in October to do that. Really looking forward to those.
There you go, not going mad. Brendan Gleeson, he's in challenging one for the keeper.
It's been a bit of a mixed bag for Ahmed so far. But as we mentioned earlier, he's having to get used to bowling on this quite prodigious slope, which does take some getting used to. And he's got that one to go quite a long way up the slope. Unfortunately, starting from too wide out.
Oh, another one. See it again.
unfortunately bowling over to a left-hander there. It was always going across, and therefore the umpire stretches his arms.
No ball and a couple of wides. There was a single in there as well. 89 for 2. You mentioned whether they change ends for Taylor, and I do think that's got to be worth a go. Thought he had a reasonable start. Luke Holman's off to have a drink. Not one of those though. Well, you never know. End of season fair. 12 o'clock yet, or 1:45? It's 12 o'clock somewhere. That's the cricketing version of it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's 12 o'clock somewhere. Beer festival this week, isn't it? Beer festival this week at Lord's. Samples being brought up to the commentary box soon, I'm told.
Well, I think Worcestershire might have been celebrating the Metrobank Cup win a little in the last couple of days. They're 68 for 4 against Sussex at the moment.
Now was the bat. Keeper goes up. The finger goes up, but only of the bowler. Pace and bounce from De Lange.
His celebration was so relaxed, I thought, well, does he think it's just an automatic, and only now does he turn around, but he actually then shakes his head into the umpire and says, no, don't worry, he didn't. Yeah, I mentioned Worcestershire are 4 down. Obviously all roads point towards Nottinghamshire at the title. They only need to draw, and they're actually now off for rain at Trent Bridge. I didn't think there was due to be any rain around today, but Warwickshire are 39 for 1, and Surrey are trying to pick up any potential scraps, but they're now 3 down at Southampton against Hampshire.
Big couple there. Almost one-handed in the end from deploy.
Durham are still 2 down at Yorkshire, 38 for 2. So I'm afraid Hove may be off the agenda, Kev, for you.
Supposed to be trying to lift my mood this morning, Macca. Look up to see how I could possibly end up at Hove next year. So Durham and Yorkshire need to draw. High scoring, ideally. Worcestershire needs to trounce Sussex. And Essex and Hampshire both need to win. Yes, no. They settle on the no in good enough time. 17 bowled here. 92 for 2.
I mean, all of those others look potentially doable, but Worcestershire trouncing Sussex from 68 for 4. It looks you're flying your ointment there, I'm afraid, mate. Ploy again, well out of his crease as he's making contact with that through square leg. Yeah, look at that. That's almost a shimmy to a spinner, isn't it? Umpire will be warning him for being too far down the pitch if he's not careful.
Has just lost that threat that they had from Taylor and Singdale to begin. Delang has produced a couple here or there, mainly with a bit of pace and bounce, that brute force that he possesses. Ahmed's had one or two nice ones, but certainly when those first two went, and Singdale seemed to be finding the spot more regularly, as did Taylor, I thought, towards the end of his spell. These two have settled into it and scoring at a fair lick. Away, just the single though. They seem to have had a short ball theory to Holman this morning, but it feels to me as though they'd have been better probing on her line and length. Use of feet again from Deploy, just the single. Good stop from Singdale in there. A little chuckle from Van Buren in the background. Oh, and there's the best that they've produced in quite a while. That's why probing on that spot has got to be the way forward.
Oh, that's a ripper.
Now, of course, it's gone 12 and... Oh, it hasn't. I can't make any excuse for you, lads. You've gone well early this morning.
Well, the bowlers in the bowler's bar would have enjoyed that last delivery, but...
First one finished. Well, that one finished. It's been busy in there this morning, the bowler's bar. Down to the 2 slips now for Deploy as a sweeper back on the cover boundary.
Oh, hold your horses. Now, What or who was that? Now, it could have been actually someone coming out of the Gloucestershire dressing room, or at least opening the door, because that's the kind of angle. They are basically right above the bowler running in.
Tom Smith on the left there, I believe, former Middlesex spinner, started at Sussex. Smiles from DeLanger. It nearly worked. Hammered away. Dismissed by Deploy.
The sweeper's out, and as you can see, never had a price. What a piece of timing that is. Did say earlier, a lot of balls have gone through that extra cover mid-off region, so it's interesting that the sweeper is a very square cover. Maybe just needs to shuffle a little bit from that square deep point position.
Certainly a feeling that Deploy's potential knows no bounds. Wonderful averages, incredible record, but a slow first half of the season. I think had Deploy have had the first, and you don't want to put it on individual, there's a group of players first half of the season that just didn't quite fire, bowlers and batters. But he's the kind of player, Deploy, that if he's on fire, generally the team is. Get away with that one. To Langer, it slips out. They'll pick up 2, 1 for the throw. But yeah, I think Deploy, if he'd have started the season in this vein of form, then could have been a very different year for Middlesex. He's that kind of mercurial figure and a leader, like with his performances. Not only the captaincy, the 100 up with that couple, 101 for 2. Nineteen bowls on this first morning. Middlesex winning the toss, 102 for 2. Yeah, good to see Tom Smith on the left there. Next to him, the man who was never knowingly underbowled, John Lewis.
At his time with the England women, of course, now back in county cricket. I'm ignoring it, Kevin. I wish you could see the look on his face, the exasperation. He thinks he's just sent down an unplayable delivery. He wants recognition for it. He's not.
No, I thought it was a Jaffa that no one saw.
Oh no! We all saw it.
Down the track again, Deploy. So Ahmed bangs it in. He produced that Jaffa, didn't he, to Holman at the end of his last over. Can he go back to that spot? Just the 2 slips in place now. I don't think Gloucestershire will feel that they've done enough this morning. And they've bowled well enough, got their groupings right.
just got past midday, which means 19.5 overs in 90 minutes. Not exactly busting a gut today.
Lovely. There it is again. I just feel there's been so much out there this morning for Gloucestershire that we've seen bumpers banged in, they're down to 2 slips. Right, these two are going well and seeing it big, but should Gloucestershire have just probed more on a line of length? Forget the short stuff. You don't need to push them back when the ball's doing what it's doing. Beautiful. So you just want to see that probing, that working out, and the corridor of uncertainty here at Lords on any given day just feels that little bit wider because of the slope. But then when the ball's doing something, it's a huge challenge for batters. That's all right, just sprays it a little there, a little wider, but at least he's attempting to hold that ball on the spot. 20 done, 103 for 2.
Interesting thing for me coming into this game was Gloucestershire starting 4 points above Middlesex, but with actually half the amount of wins. Gloucestershire only 2 wins, 8 draws for them this season. That affected their chances of being higher up the table.
Middlesex member Martin Carr in the middle there. And he's raising money for MITC. Middlesex in the community, Stephen Fletcher.
That hat will be available in the club shop that Fletch is modelling, I'm sure.
There's never been that much fur on his head for about 30 years. You can donate, there's a link on the website that you'll be able to find for Martin's walk. So yeah, I remember doing laps at Lords to raise money for Middlesex in the community. A few of the coaching staff looked as though they could have done with doing a few laps as well. Every week in Lancashire, Mercer. Now, movement straight away.
Well, we did wonder if Taylor would come back for his second spell from this end, just as a change, but he is still at the pavilion end. That's right off the toe end of Holman's bat there.
I'd have loved to have seen him at the nursery end with the right-handers out there in particular, but with the left-handers absolutely fine at the pavilion end. Just get him back on. The threat was very different in the opening 10 overs of this innings, 5 of them bowled by Taylor. It was expensive, but the threat was there throughout. Still just the 3 slips. Just the 2 slips, sorry. I think there should be 3.
Yeah, it's 2, a backward point, deep cover, shortish extra, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. If he's going to get it up there, then with that natural shape and down the slope, yeah, potentially a third grabber might Might be the option.
Movement, shaping back up the slope. That's a real threat because he'll naturally take it away from the left-hander down the slope. But if he's moving it back up the slope like that now, which we didn't see much of in his first spell from Taylor, but if that lacquer has come off one side and it's going up the slope for him, he could certainly have some fun. 25 minutes to lunch.
So we've had 21 overs, and as you can see, the run rate near as makes no difference, 5 1/4. That shot perfectly sums up the situation. You're in that crossover period between coffee and beer.
That was half eight this morning, wasn't it? Had to scamper too many singles this morning, have they? Rotating the strike hasn't really been on the mind for Middlesex. They've been scoring at a fair lick, plenty of boundaries. And again, I think that says something a little bit. I mean, the amount that the bats are working there on the surface, but they haven't had to worry about, yeah, come on, let's get this strike rotating. Let's not let them bow ladders. They haven't had to worry about too much. There's been the occasional jaffer, and when it's come along, it's been an absolute beaut. But from a Gloucestershire perspective, not enough. There you go again. Beautiful line and length. Just leave it there.
I mean, you can sometimes read too much into numbers, but I think this one stands up. Let's deploy over the course of the Red Bull season has been striking at 56.3. This innings is going at 90. Without really taking any chances either. It just backs up the point that you were making, that there's just been a few too many.
That's glorious.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just another one that's just a little bit too wide. And Harman can just get his hands through the ball.
Deep in conversation at the cricket in the background there. Most things feel right with the world at moments like that, don't they? Although I shouldn't speak for the people who are having to do the listening there. Perhaps not. thought he said he wasn't coming.
Or was the person sitting at home going, they told me they weren't going today. I would have gone.
Lovely, lovely leave. Looking good, Holman. 37 from 49. Deploy will have strike on 41. Middlesex on 15 for 2. 20 minutes to lunch.
Cool, blimey, that's a piece of kit he's got, isn't it? The old oxyacetylene.
Demolition of the Allen stand. Definitely shaping back in now to the left-hander, isn't it? Saw that early movement away. Oh, sit down, please. Who's on the move in the pavilion?
Lower level, just at the left-hand edge of the sight screen, there was a couple of people just making their way towards a door, which the skipper, shall we say, took exception to.
I don't think I've seen quite so many beers flowing on a first morning of a championship game.
Well, if you think about it, of course, you've got 6 months worth to get in till the next time, so.
A Wednesday start as well. You might not necessarily have the Saturday to. You might not have the sun either. So why not? It's the only shame for Wednesday start, isn't it, that the game could be done in 3 days, or it's so far advanced by the 4th morning that it's not worth turning up on the Saturday. There's a groan of a lot of spectators. Felt like it just slipped out, that one, and it's punished.
Again, deploys a long way out of his crease there, isn't he? Batters, generally speaking, do that because they don't think there's that much pace on the ball, and they're therefore trying to get almost nearer to the bowler so it doesn't lose any more pace on the way to them. And of course it then gets them coming into the ball and you get that momentum into the shot. It's a very Ben Stokes thing, isn't it? He likes to get into the ball early on, which is why he can sometimes run at the bowler early in his innings.
To finish. Not a bad over that from Taylor, just that one that slipped out. Full bunger.
I think your trip to Hove next season's officially off, Kev. Gloucestershire now 80 for 6. And I just can't work out how they get a big win out of that one unless something really bizarre happens. So maybe they're trying to work out the same.
Well, crucially, a couple of bowling points for Sussex already, so they're on to 152 for the season. One bowling point for Hampshire, though. 69 for 4. Surrey are.
They're back playing at Nottingham, by the way, as well. So it was a relatively brief stoppage. Warwickshire 58 for 1.
Real relegation scrap those at Chesley. Is it Chesley Street or is it Headingley this week? I think it's Chesley.
Headingley.
Oh, it's Headingley. Recovery from Durham there, 59 for 3.
I mean, I'm glad that there's still things to be decided in the county championship this year, and I'm glad it's being decided on the pitch, because a couple of weeks ago I did have a real concern with the weather that actually Mother Nature would be deciding who was winning titles, who was being promoted, who was getting relegated, and thankfully we've actually had a pretty decent amount of play. I know you'll say differently having been at Old Trafford last week, but generally speaking,
well, this week's clear at Lords, isn't it? How's it around the country? Is it looking good?
generally speaking, it's actually not a bad week. But I mean, I don't know about you, but starting a round of games on the 24th of September to me is the cricketing equivalent of Russian roulette. You genuinely don't know what you're going to get.
I mean, you mentioned Lancashire, but of course the Derbyshire game was a heavy washout as well. So it was back-to-back games mid-September, early to mid-September. But this is the schedule now, isn't it, with April and September, so heavily packed championship games. And that was part of the concern for the new proposed structure, was that in the two Division 1s that were proposed, not the one Division 2, that the games in September would be very decisive for the title, as most would be, but of course you might have done a lot of your hard work in the current structure in the early parts of the season. You're clear by September. But the way the proposed structure was going to be was that the September fixtures would really be the title rivals going at each other. If it was a washout September, as this one has been mostly to this point, then the title could have been decided by playing the non-title rivals early in the season. Or the shake-up anyway for that proposed one-off final here at Lords, which equally a cup final to decide a league season is never the most palatable finish.
It's interesting how playoffs and whatever to decide sports have sort of come into it. It took a while, certainly in rugby union, for them to come into the notion that the team that didn't finish top of the table weren't the champions and you would go into the playoffs. I mentioned that because the new rugby union season starts on Thursday evening. Yes, it was announced yesterday that 25% of the tickets for Twickenham for June next year for the final have already been sold, and they've not even kicked a ball yet. So it implies that people are buying into that concept of finals and sort of But I agree, in a sport as elongated as this, it feels like you should, if you've had the honour of finishing top of the table.
And also cricket, we saw it with the Bobulus Trophy a couple of years back, didn't we, when the country was split into conferences in the COVID couple of seasons. But the Bobulus Trophy final, 10:30 starts, floodlights on, rain around. Not the best way to decide a title in the worst conditions of the year.
And that is almost another factor in this concept of the final, is that if you are going to have a final, you've got to ensure you're going to get 4 full days. So you almost have to say, right, if we're going to have it, then it has to be the first week of September, because every week we go past that, you're then increasing the possibility of it being weather affected, and you can't have a weather affected final like that.
But again, it's why we need 14 games, because you look at this, we've just had 2 washout weeks, and now here we are in glorious sunshine at the end of September. Predicting the British weather is pretty, well, it is an impossible thing to do, of course, but scheduling has to take into account the British weather and the British weather's unpredictability, and that's why 14 games. And as it is, it feels like we've been cheated a little this year by the weather. With the 13 that we've had to this point, the last 2 games being washed out. You think of Cheltenham College, the match between these 2 sides. There are a number of them where pretty unsatisfactory draws because of the weather.
Ooh, nitbacker. But yeah, it's a good point about the draws. I mean, just looking down the table, Derbyshire have drawn 9. I mentioned Gloucestershire have drawn 8. Lancashire have drawn 8. Leicestershire and Glamorgan 6 apiece. So Middlesex have actually got the lowest number of draws this year with 5.
We haven't even mentioned the Kookaburra Ball.
Yeah, and we don't for good reason.
It'd be nice if that was dropped as well, but
I don't think it's achieved anything like what they wanted it to.
well, it's arguably achieved the complete opposite of what we were told it was first brought in for, to encourage 90-mile-an-hour bowlers. It's had the direct opposite effect that teams, certainly the games that I've seen for Middlesex, more spinners are played and the seamers are whipped out of the attack as quickly as possible so as not to flog them in English conditions with a Kookaburra Ball.
Well, I've also been told anecdotally stories of fast bowlers refusing to bowl.
Run away. Holman's into the 40s. Yeah, I think it was Wantage Road, the match up there, where possibly only a couple of overs each, the Middlesex openers, and then the ball was just thrown to the medium pacers and the spinners. Ryan Higgins certainly turned his arm over as a spinner this year at some stage.
Now here's one for you, Kev. A way to avoid the Kookaburra round, but using potential different ball. I don't know if people realise this, but obviously we're using a Duke's ball here. In the West Indies, for their test matches, they use a Duke's ball. But it's a different Duke's ball. Because the pitches are more abrasive, because they're drier and harder, they actually make changes to the stitching, to the leather. Is there a way maybe that we stay with the Duke's ball if we want to, you know, try things out, but could we use a batch of different kind of Duke's balls rather? Because I think what we can all safely say was the Kookaburra experiment, and what a band they were, did not work. I think they're a jazz funk combo from the 1970s, the Kookaburra experiment.
I could see you starting up a tribute act this winter.
Right, some twirl.
Graham Van Buren. Well, slapped away. Just the single though, he's on to 48. Holman doing his best to ensure there'll only be one more over after this. .27 in the session will be a pretty poor return.
Yeah, it's a good job that Lunch is immovable, because otherwise the players' lunches would be quite cold at this rate by the time they actually got there.
Funny feeling having a complete dead rubber as this one is. Doesn't often happen. Good stop. Price in at cover.
That might have stung as well.
OJ Price at cover. Top ball to end the over. 1-2-7 for 2. You ever seen the film Trading Places?
Yes.
That's the plot of the movie, wasn't it? Price of orange juice.
Ridiculous. Oh, blimey, where's that rolled in from? That dark clouds just crept up on us.
Let's look up the nicknames of the Price brothers.
Well, while you're doing that, we'll watch Charlesworth bowling, because there's going to be a change at the pavilion end as well.
Let go for a obligatory over of seam before lunch. David Sales always had the best nicknames, though, didn't he? Just the plethora of options that there were.
Well, he's got 16 wickets to his name so far this season.
It just seems odd to give him only an over before lunch. 50 up for the skipper. Won the toss this morning. Might have been a little bit worried. Middlesex were 2 down early on. Thumbs up from Deploy, and the bat raised as well. 56 balls, 6 fours, and he's richly rewarded those that battled the cold conditions early on this morning.
Played very well. Looked in control.
Well, at 34 for 2 this morning. 7th over. At that point you're thinking that it could be a 4 or 5 wicket morning. These two have turned the first session of the match on its head. Yeah, 34 for 2. And there are the 2 to go, Sam Robson and Josh DeCaries. A lap of penance for the openers.
Either that or they've been checking out the beer festival for lunch.
A very good point, well made.
In the nursery pavilion.
Oh, it's in the pavilion.
The nursery pavilion.
Yeah,
yes.
inside.
Yes, yes.
It was nursery end, but I assumed it was on the food court.
I presume that's potential weather related and whatever.
Ooh. That movement again, good from Bracey. Well tested this morning, the keeper, hasn't he?
In many different ways. If, offside, leg side.
Last ball of the morning session. And a single for Holman, and a very good session for Middlesex. 131 for 2. Holman can keep running on towards the pavilion. He'll wait for his mate and his skipper to deploy. We said we'd have to wait and see how good a toss it was to win or a good toss to lose. It's looked a pretty good toss to win right now because Middlesex looking in a strong position at lunch on the first day. That man in the background there, deploy, really putting Gloucestershire to the sword after those early couple of wickets, Robson and Dickie. But Holman very much playing his part. Right, that's lunch on day 1 at Lords. We'll be back in just under 40 minutes to pick up the coverage here from Middlesex. The hosts 131 for 2. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Live stream from Middlesex here in NW8 in association with DafaNews. Oh, Snood's gone. Temperatures rising in the middle. Chant of Ollie Price from the school kids. Busy start to the afternoon session. Good to see the Snoods gone though. Poor old arms. They don't want to be cold at this time of year, do they? Do you reckon there was a tipping point for him this morning where he was like, oh, I wish I hadn't have brought this now. Too late to take it off now though.
I'm committed to it. I've got to see it through till lunch.
Umpire's Snood stops play.
Well, it was an interesting morning, wasn't it? Because Middlesex lost those 2 wickets, but Gloucestershire didn't bowl that well or that consistently. Couldn't really see much of a plan, or at least if there was, it wasn't executed particularly well. So it'll be interesting to see how they come out after the break. They always say start the new session with your best bowlers, and Singdale was certainly that this morning, I would argue.
Lovely ball to start. There we go. Spilled by Van Buren. It didn't quite get up, that one. Kept a fraction low. Holman prods at the surface. But we know that when a ball moves here off the surface, it can, on any given surface, when it seems it can keep a fraction low. But certainly here at Lords, when it goes with the slope. But yeah, I think the only way that I could summarise it this morning was that when you have as many deliveries doing as much as they did, and a team are 131 for 2 at lunch. There you go, another one, just moving off the straight. And Holman flashing at the air. But yeah, if you've got as many deliveries doing as much as they did this morning, I mean, how many Jaffas were there? It's certainly, you need 2 hands to count them. Now, genuine Jaffas don't all end up. Robson was done quite early on by Singdale, wasn't he, by one that beat him just outside off. Shots.
But this is almost the trade-off, isn't it? Because in a way, it's actually not a bad length. You've got him coming forward. You've got 2 slips in plays. It's yes, it's up the slope, but it's not the biggest boundary. Don't be put off by that.
I mean, look, that was a brilliant shot because it wasn't that bad a ball. And if he'd have nicked that to second slip, again, these are the fine margins, aren't they? You'd be saying, well, why on earth was he playing at that? But he's just middled that for 4. Brings up the 100 partnership between these 2 as well. And that's a lovely lever, not at the head from Holman, but yeah, there wasn't anything particularly wrong with that ball from Singdale. It was just a little full, a little wide. The scoreboard at the bottom, apologies, it's frozen at the moment, but we'll catch up soon. But yeah, for me as a bowling unit, and they're all guilty, Singdale as well to some extent, just not enough balls on the spot consistently enough. And again, nice spot. Holman's played it well and he's going to pick up 4. And he's going to move to 50 with it. 51 from 73, a raise of the bat. Raise of the leg as well from Holman. I'll ask him later. 11 fours, 100 minutes for a fine 50 for Luke Holman.
Well, I remember he was a runner ball at 23, so he's slowed up a wee bit since then, but actually, good knock. Really good knock, because those couple down early could have been problematic, but these 2, between them, both now 51 not out, are very much given a platform.
Nearly. Inside edge, did it move off the surface at all. A bit of late swing adjusting the line. Let's see. No, just a bit of bounce. Saw the one start of the over that kept a fraction low outside off. 139 for 2.
Right, we're into the heart of the day. And it looks like Charlesworth's going to continue from the pavilion end. No. No, it's going to be Ahmed, in fact, for the first time, with keeper stood up to the stumps.
Interesting move, this. Number 17 from 6 so far, so his economy perhaps has earned him the right to start this session. As he said, you start with your best 2 bowlers. Well, Singdale was the most threatening consistently, and Ahmed was the most economical. And a full bunger to begin. He gets away with it though, as cover blocks it off, and no ball's also called, so I'll start the over again.
I mean, even if he's not the best bowler and earned it, I don't want to say this, but with this game, there's not a great deal on it. So put him into the position and say, right, we're going to bowl you straight after lunch. We need you to be bang on it. Learn whether he can do it for you.
Well, well, well. Keeper stood up. Deploy kept in his crease. And to some extent, squared up.
Well, that's gripped in the surface, hasn't it?
I think that, again, that for me is the disappointment this morning, is that in terms of the quality of the cricket, I think Deploy and Holman, you can't fault them. They've been outstanding. They've played what's in front of them, but you see that last ball, even that one there, you know, forced the respect of the batters, and up against these two, Holman's still very much in the early days of his career, and you know, he's a number 3 for this game, being worked out whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler, but his potential is huge. And this man is the real talent of the Middlesex batting lineup. So if there's 2 batters that you don't want to make it easy for, it's these 2, and that's why. Look at the timing of that.
Again, we're going to watch the replay of this in a moment, but look at how little follow through there is in the shot. It's just a punch, and it's all timing. I mean, look at that. That's I mean, if you're a bowler or you're a fielder, you're tearing your hair out of that.
Paul Sterling used to time the ball like that, just bring the bat down, bang, it's gone. So much power. Brilliant timing as well.
Is Ahmed holding his side there after following through there? I think he might be struggling. So let's just have a look here. Yeah, straight away holding his side. Now, again, I wonder if this is the slope, in the fact that he's been holding his body, sort of fighting the slope one way. He's now changed ends, and therefore he now needs to adjust it in a different way. Hopefully, it's a slight tweak, but I remember dear old Jack Bannister telling me years ago, he said, once you've got a side problem as a bowler, you've always got a side problem, because it's such an unnatural motion and movement that you make that you're always going to struggle. Well, he's going to make his way off, and Ollie Price is going to pick up the remainder of this over.
That's sad for Ahmed, it really is. He had a promising start in this game, and indeed a promising start at the pavilion end, but just the 4 balls after that no ball to begin. So over to Ollie Price it is. Never a nice side, is it? I have a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach right now. A little bit of drift there. Bowling against the wind, Price, and it looked as though it almost did get caught in the wind, that one. I'm not sure, a little bit of late movement through the air on this. A bit of grip on the surface as well.
As he stands at the end of his mark, he's given it a good rip in his fingers.
Yeah, it might have as much been dip as it was drift, that previous ball. Watching it on the replay. Tall man, Ollie Price. So floating it up there and floating it up there on a substantial wind as well. He doesn't realise that's the end of the over. He only had 2 balls, lad. Cap handed over by the umpire.
Well, it might have only been a fill in, but both gripped in the surface. It's a little bit of information to feed back to say, well, actually, there might be something worth exploring.
Well, 2 left-handers as well. I think the answer is definitely yes, but what you'd really like to see from Gloucestershire now is that the bowlers get into a better spell this afternoon. Last home game, Middlesex had a bit of a slow start on the first morning, and then 6 wickets in the afternoon. When they got into it, it was the first game back after a long break in Championship cricket, and they admitted they were very rusty that morning. Bring up the 150 as they come back for 2. 5 and over. Cracking rate to begin here. But yeah, they said they were rusty in that first morning against Derbyshire, and I'm sure it was a 6-wicket afternoon. Toby Rowland-Jones got going. Higgins bowled beautifully that day. He did at Old Trafford indeed. But yeah, over to Gloucestershire to get right this afternoon what went wrong this morning. Width, short boundary, 4 more.
So you make a good point there actually about adjusting. I know a lot of people get very vexed with the amount of coaches and backroom staff and analysts there are nowadays. You can have 1,000 of them all saying you need to go out and do this, this should be the plan. You then still got to be able to go out and implement it. You know, you would have thought that Gloucestershire would have had a fairly hefty conversation during the lunch break. Unfortunately for them, not a great deal has changed since the resumption.
Well, it was pretty much a 4 ball and over, wasn't it? And that's what resulted in a run rate of 5s. See it down there. 4 ball, 2 taken. Oh, hello. Now there was one first ball after lunch that did that to Holman, wasn't there? Or certainly first over. Did it actually go under the toe of the bat? Yes. There was one that did exactly that. I said it, you know, maybe it was the seam movement. But that's 2 in 29.4 overs now, and that'll put something in the bowler's mind and the batter's mind. But similarly, Middlesex, I'm sure they'll be looking at this saying, look, you keep that economy at 2.5. Then that means you're bowling in the right areas. Oh, Singdale's not happy, buzzers. I think he's asking where was the single in the first place, or was he asking why is the keeper not up to the stumps? Why is it not backed up? He's got 2 in the deep. which again is a bit of a strange one for me out there. That's almost suggesting the bumper's in play, or the protection on the onside. Maybe the skipper's saying, look, bowl straight, you've got the protection at deep square, and don't hang it out there outside off stump, particularly with the bowling at the nursery end as Singdale is. It's a shorter boundary there behind the point fielder, as you can see. He's more than halfway back to the boundary. There we go, a shorter one into the ribs. Just a single. I don't want to take away at all from Deploy and Holman's achievement in this partnership, but not enough questions have been asked and too many runs have been offered. 157 for 2. Jamie Feldman on drinks duty, bringing out the sweater as well. Of a number of Middlesex young quicks who've broken through this year and impressed. Morgan in this side, Sharma, Noah Cornwell. A breakthrough year for him, but just further evidence this year. You forget how young he is, and that's a great credit to him. And of course the likes of Blake Cullen and co. Will be looking to make a big impact next year. Price continues. That grip clearly interested his skipper. There it is, that's the spot, there or thereabouts. Batter won't want to close the face on that, because if it does grip and the leading edge is in play. Big tall man as well, if you can get one to bounce down that slope. Too straight on this occasion. I think next move has got to be, if they continue with Price now with Ahmed off, then Taylor replacing Singdale. Give him a go at the nursery end. Almost an argument, I suppose, that Singdale goes to the pavilion end, the strike bowler's end, but then DeLanger, particularly if you can get going at some right-handers running in down that slope, should have some fun. That's the length. Hands on head for Price, but there's the spot, even though Deploy gets the single.
Well, I wonder if there's even a case for going spin either end and go double spin, because Van Buren just had that one over before lunch. And at the moment, they've not really got a huge amount of control from the seamers. They need to just try and mop it up and get that run rate. I mean, it can't start with a 5. It's got to be. I mean, at the moment, low 4s would be a significant improvement. 3s would be where you are. The other factor is, and we touched on it in the morning session, Gloucestershire are currently -3 on the over rate.
Yeah, they didn't cover themselves in a great deal of glory this morning, Gloucestershire. It's only the end of the 31st over of the day. How many minutes after lunch are we now? 20? 15 minutes after lunch.
On a day when 7 bowlers have now been used. Taylor's bowled 8, 0 for 43. Singdale 2 for 42 from his 8. DeLanger's 5, 0 for 32.
Well, that tells a tale, doesn't it? All right, Price was forced into action, Charlesworth, to some extent, but yeah, that card doesn't look right at the moment for Gloucestershire. The economies are a problem. Oh, working it all out. It's almost like he was playing air hockey there, watch. God, I'm going to fire at you now, Luke. Very animated figure always in the middle, Holman. Oh, now that should animate Gloucestershire. But again, it illustrates why this morning was not a good performance by Gloucestershire.
I mean, that will keep you interested all day long as a bowling unit. Just not been enough of them.
Look, it's an easy game from up here. Middlesex got it wrong first session against Derbyshire and then put it right in the second. But there's no doubt about it. If you're Middlesex, you're looking at that. There's two thoughts on your mind. Has he got him? Yes, he has. The inside edge is taken. Back-to-back unplayable deliveries from Singdale. The first beating the inside edge, the second one taking it. That was a snorter. Not much Holman or anyone could do about that. Some movement out there, and finally a probing line and length from Gloucestershire.
Well, their best bowler, they've got 3 in the wicket column, and he's got all 3. I don't think Holman is overjoyed, but he gets to trudge off. 3 for 42 for Singdale.
161 for 3 as Holman departs. Ryan Higgins making his way out. Let's have a look at this again. Behind, I think, is going to be the angle that we will get the best idea of what that clips. Let's have a look. This is the one. Well, millimetre either side of that ball between the inside edge of the bat and the back hip. Did it take one, both? Or did it take neither?
I'll be honest, on that last replay, I watched Lewis deploy at the non-strikers end, because a lot of the times you can, if you're at the non-strikers and you don't think it's out, you don't turn around and look, and he didn't turn around and look at the umpire. And then when he would have heard the cheers from the fielders, there was no sort of snap of the head round going, what? So the appeal's going up. The non-striker's going, no, stay there. Turns around. Oh.
Now then, 2 in 2. Higgins has to go. And Gloucestershire, in a couple of deliveries, are put him behind a bad morning already.
Well, Kev, you called it. You can have a bad morning and you can turn it around, as been demonstrated by Middlesex themselves this season. Now it's coming back against them.
The only thing I'll say is he's off the ground there, as he's hit quite high up, isn't he?
And he's also shuffled forward, so both feet are outside the popping crease line.
This might give us an idea. It's not a clanger.
We've not seen sort of tennis ball-y bounce.
So it's a hat-trick ball for Singdale, as his old colleague Ryan Higgins makes his way off. LBW, a first baller. So Ben Geddes comes out to face the hat-trick. All of a sudden, Gloucestershire have a chance here to wrestle back a bit of control. Deploys at the other end, but if they could force a bit of pressure in this first hour after lunch. We said it felt like it could be a 4 or 5 wicket morning after we saw those first 2 wickets fall. Deploy changed that. Holman very much helped him. Now Geddes. He Has a hat-trick ball to survive. 4 for 42. As you said, he is heavily linked to the move to Lancashire at the moment, but I think he's heavily linked to the move to 18 counties. It's just who can afford him. When he's at his best, Singdale, he's brilliant. And he's got a chance to do it here at Lord's. Hat-trick ball to Geddes. And he's on the mark. On the spot, perhaps a little too straight, and Geddes tickling him away. Has the single. No doubt about the talent and the skill that he possesses. The best may still be to come from Singdale. I'm sure it will be. That's why there's a lot of the big spenders looking at him. Pushes that one through at pace again. Top ball's finished. Single off the over. A couple of wickets as well. .62 for 4 it is then. Holman 2 coming back to beat him. The second one, the umpire judging it, took the inside edge. Higgins hit a little high up. Rory Coots there on the right, Tim Mercer in the middle, Dane Villas, the interim head coach on the left. Question mark over both deliveries that resulted in the wickets. Whether the Higgins one was high, I think, to be fair, looking at it side on, and we do see it so often now, don't we, that balls, far many more balls are clipping the top of the stumps than perhaps in the old days. The old adage used to be, if it was above the knee roll, you're not out. Now it almost needs to be above the pad. Marshall Langer back into the attack, and a right-hander to look at from the pavilion end. He shapes that one away from Geddes, but it's the one that comes back in with the slope that is usually of most interest for the strike bowlers at the pavilion end. Yelp from DeLanger. Good take from Bracey. Well, that is a Ben Geddes shot if ever you see one. That's just a length ball outside off stump. Pulled hard off a length. We know he likes that shot. When it comes off, it looks very, very good. First boundary for Geddes, 166 for 4. Single more to the total. Look at the top of the bat.
Be interesting to see how Singdale gets on at Old Trafford. Obviously, generally speaking, is a good place to bowl seam and swing. And his first class average overall is shade over 36.5. His strike rate, basically 60, a wicket every 60 balls. I think you would ideally want to get that down a bit.
Well, we're seeing the best of him today, aren't we? 4 for 44, now into his 10th. He's been the pick of the bowlers by far. Hasn't been a great deal of competition, although Taylor was producing a few peaches as well at the pavilion end. Lang's not done much wrong, but not enough right at the moment. But yeah, as we said, too many 4 balls, and to some extent going at 4.5 and over for Singdale, that tells you that he has been part of that. But yeah, when he's got it right, and he's just got that extra yard of pace, hasn't he, which makes him an attractive prospect. And it was why for the first half of this season he was the talk of the circuit. Where would Singdale be playing his cricket next year?
Well, I suppose one of the things that makes it more attractive for Counties as well is not being an international player. He is therefore available for the whole season.
But yeah, you'd look at a performance like this and think that average will come down. Too much talent there to be averaging. But he's only 25, he's still a young man, isn't he?
So this is his 40th first-class game of cricket.
Berkshire boy. But it was Hampshire originally for him, wasn't it, before Gloucestershire stepped in. Bright future ahead, you'd suggest, for Singdale, and again seeing the best of him here today. 6-7 for 4. Is that Nottinghamshire cap in the background there?
Don't believe so. If it was, he's very much in the wrong place today. Mind you, it is raining again at Trent Bridge for the third time.
Oh, wow, DaFaNews.
We're going to need some time to unpack all of this. Look at that go.
Deploy's done incredibly well to get bad on that.
And then incredibly well not to drop his bat onto the stumps because he gets into such a tangle.
Well, the game's with Gloucestershire at the moment. Singdale's got a forfer, 2 in 2 after lunch. And DaFaNews got a ball to do that back up the slope, swinging into deploy. Even deploy on 68 now. That's got to be on his mind. Next ball, gun barrel straight. What does DaFaNews have next? There you go. Deploy's expecting that one to swing back in. It holds its line outside off and beats the bat. Prodded the surface from deploy, but it was what that other one did through the air though. If anything, there was a fraction of late swing on that, away from the left-hander. On the spot again. Good over this from DaFaNews. Is he now in the groove?
There looks far more rhythm for him than what we saw earlier, I would say. And just the very fact that they've got deploy walking down the pitch and poking and prodding will be a nice sign for the fielding side. Deploy of continuing their own little conversation at various things. The bowler making all sorts of hand shapes to tell the batter what's going on. And obviously that it's doing miles and miles worth at an incredible pace and all of that.
Well, you probably couldn't imagine a more Mr. Nice Guy matchup than DaFaNews and deploy. In danger of cuddling each other to death in the middle, I'd suggest those two. 167 for 4. Nice guys, but with nasty reputations for the opposition, though, in terms of the damage they can do. Fabulous first-class average for deploy. Fabulous in all formats. DaFaNews. Right, the way to the top for him. Two South Africans now plying their trade here in England. Back to the local lad, Singdale, from Slough in Berkshire to be precise, isn't it? So right on the verge of being Middlesex by birth. That's what would have been next town along from Slough that had put him into Middlesex. It's that kind of Sunbury area, isn't it? Slough, then it's a good start. Hammond at backward point. For once, I almost wish that listeners were able to pick up the off-mic chat there as our desperate attempts at geography failed between three of us in the commentary boxes. What's next in from Slough? Wait, you just looked it up on Google. That doesn't count as your geography.
I would venture to suggest that the majority's people's knowledge of Slough probably comes from The Office and Ricky Gervais. That's probably where a lot of people, it begins and ends.
Did you know they've made a follow-up, a spin-off of The Office now? It's called The Paper. Dominic Gleeson, is it? The main actor.
Oh, do you know what? I saw a trailer and yes. I didn't know. Right, okay, that now makes sense.
Clipped away to long leg. I'll think about two, but it's just a single. Dominic Gleeson, he's an English actor, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, you've now got me doubting myself.
But it's yeah, it's based. It's more a spin-off of the American Office, but it is the same writers as the UK and American Office. I've only seen the first episode, but it's a promising start. Another pickup shot from Guedes. And this time taking on the short boundary, it clears it comfortably. I hope they were watching the ball. He's in trouble now, he's surrounded by him. Fair play to him. He stood his ground, hasn't he? Yeah, the big fella's not scaring him.
Jeez, that's a short arm jab, isn't it? He's timed the cover off of that.
Teacher wasn't looking. She was off for a coffee.
By the way, while we're doing TV at the moment, are you watching Cold Water?
No.
Oh my days.
Oh, it's away. Bracey being tested again, another boundary. More byes signalled. What channel are we talking?
ITV. It's 12 Shades of Lunacy, honestly.
Speaking of 12 Shades of Lunacy. Oh, no you don't. Oh, no you don't.
We've almost got... Did you see the story? There was a thing in baseball recently.
I did.
The Philadelphia Phillies, yes.
That's a good stop. That cover. Single taken. I feel there's quite a few of those stories in baseball.
Yeah, that is true, actually. Unfortunately, when you're front and centre of the screen and seen taking a ball out of a child's hand, it's never going to end well. Actually, there's one thing, and it would be so much more difficult to do in cricket with the ball, but every time in baseball it gets hit into the stand, it's a souvenir.
Did hear this discussed the other day that the baseball, obviously a cricket ball, everyone feels and looks and behaves differently. Ooh, bit of shape on that again from DeLanger. But a baseball's a baseball, isn't it? So you'll have 100 of them, and it's not a case of right, which one are we going to pick?
Well, they must be significantly cheaper as well. I mean, a grade A test match ball is £100 and possibly a bit more than that now each. Now, baseball, they must get through dozens and dozens of the thing over the course of 2 lots of 9 innings per side. So they must be cheaper.
It's American, isn't it? Stack 'em high, sell 'em cheap.
Because you literally might get one pitch out of it. Whether it's a just a foul ball hit into the stands, it might not even register on the scorecard. That might be that one and only pitch for that particular ball.
Now, is that going to get away? Couple they'll take to end the over. 1-8-5 for 4.
But again, though, just pushed straight past the man at short extra, and the cover sweeper's at deep point and has to go 20, 30 metres to his left. Not that many balls have gone through point today. We said before lunch, you can probably put that fielder much further around the boundary and it'll be getting hit straight to him.
So it's £95 for a Duke's ball and $25 for a Rounders ball.
Steady. Actually, I think that's actually, I think that's Cathay Pacific, if I saw the tail on that correctly. So that's coming from Hong Kong. But actually, $25 still actually seems quite a lot, bearing in mind the amount of them that you need to get through. I mean, that means just to play just a normal game of baseball is thousands of dollars. Now, I know there's huge income.
How many home runs a game in baseball?
You can easily get 3 or 4. Plus any ball that's hit into the stand gets kept. It's quite rare for one baseball to be used for a dozen consecutive pitches, put it that way.
Shape again for Taylor. Around the wicket to Geddes. Sliding it down the slope.
It looks like Geddes is coming out and he wants to enjoy himself today, doesn't he? He's played some very nice, attractive shots that are he's wanting to get full value for.
Hit back at him sharply. For a moment that hand was headed towards the ball, but instead the ball is headed towards the rope.
Well, we said for a while we'd like to see Taylor down this end. We very nearly saw his left hand a lot nearer to this end of the ground as the ball took it with him there.
Not hanging around today, are they, Middlesex? 18 from 19, Geddes.
I remember doing games earlier in the season with you and we were talking about run rate of 2.7, 2.6.
But I do think that's what Middlesex will be saying to themselves when they come out to bowl. We are not going at a run rate of 5 and over. And as we've seen from a number of deliveries and all 4 of the wickets from Singh Dale, there's plenty out there for the bowlers. That'll be a huge frustration, I'm sure, to Gloucestershire, that economy rate.
Talking of plenty for the bowlers, Worcestershire 123 all out in 34 overs and 4 balls to Sussex. over at Worcester.
Sounds like a one-dayer, that game to me.
Ollie Robinson ends with 6 for 68. Jed Avunakat 4 for 43.
So a blast game and a one-day cup game at best at Hove next year then.
Elsewhere, Somerset 145 for 2 against Essex. Warwickshire still 1 down against Notts. Down the M3 at Southampton, Surrey 115 for 8. So even if Notts were to make a mess of things against Warwickshire, it doesn't appear that Surrey are going to be in much of a position to take advantage.
So my takeaway from this is it's Headingley or Chesterley Street next to you, is what you're telling me.
And Durham are 103 for 3.
Now, is that the beer festival?
If that gentleman in the blue shirt leans forward, I'm sure that says free samples.
Cold beer, free...
Where's Fletch? Can we get him...
Well, he's probably in there if it's free beer. Where was that done? No, it's the next one. Right, so if it was the president's box, you hope it was free beer. Who? No, it's Kings. That's a beaut. Out of the hand, you knew this was going to be a testing ball for Geddes. Beaut. Shaping up the slope.
He's not going to wash that hand for a week. Just been a few of those today, haven't they? Batters getting squared up. Just takes the outside portion of the bat. Over complete, 39 gone. 192 for 4.
Well, it'll be borne out when both sides bat, but the amount of times batters have been squared up, the leading edge brought into play, jaffers that we've seen, just suggests that it's in one or two margins for Gloucestershire. It's either an absolutely brilliant ball or it's a 4-ball. And the mark of a good bowler and a good bowling unit is consistency. And I don't think any of them can particularly hold their hands up today and say they've been at the consistent best. That's what I run.
Just before that, Taylor was very deliberately setting a field. The backward point fielder or wide gully who just fielded that was put in a very precise position, and then the fielder down at third was almost put into almost a straight line behind him, but just squarer. So there was obviously a plan in place. But of course, as soon as the left-hander deploy gets off strike, that plan has to get shelved for at least a couple of deliveries. Now there's a deep square and a long leg for Geddes. We've seen him execute a few pulls already. I feel he's missed out on one there with a leg by.
Well, bad balls can take wickets, and it very nearly did there. Deploy had to check that. It's a ball that deserved to go to the boundary, but Deploy could have lifted that softly into the onside, but he checked it just in time. We could be brutal with it and start to count how many deliveries they can keep on the spot. There's one. The Australians always talked about 21 dot balls, didn't they, to take a wicket, but a bit of dot baller, just 21 balls on the spot at the moment. Again, it's an easy game from up here, isn't it? But I just don't think Middlesex's bowlers will let Gloucestershire go at a run rate like this. Short and wides, put away. Middlesex near the 200 mark.
Well, even I can count that. Your streak ended at 1, which rather proved the point you were trying to make. 198 for 4 in 40 overs.
It's a langer. 44 conceded off his 9. You throw the buys on top of these figures as well. Full bunger. he's remained watchful of it. He was wary that he might york himself. I think there was a little bit of late swing as well. Hammond, the fielder, doing well to make sure that it wasn't a boundary. Just swings late there, doesn't it? And that was what stopped it being 4 down the ground. And we'll get his, again, wary of yorking himself. Right, there's one. Should we start again?
Okay.
And DaFaNews likely, he's one of those who will be able to group them. They all are able to group them. I think that's what the frustration will be. Batters have been regularly pressing at the spot, haven't they, today? But Gloucestershire haven't been able to hang it on that spot often enough.
The other thing I would say, I mean, it's something, again, we highlighted in the first session, when a side are really on top, of bowling side, they feel like they're almost oppressively on you. And the fact that they're constantly coming at you, there's no let-up. We are now an hour after lunch, and therefore, theoretically, halfway through the day. In 3 balls' time, there's 55 overs still to be bowled.
That's 3 in a row from DaFaNews. Yeah, I was thinking this could be a long afternoon session. Even longer for the Gloucestershire bowlers and their fans, unless they can start bringing that run rate down. It was on the spot though, it was close enough. It allowed to rock back and find the single, but brings up to 200 for Middlesex. 245 balls, 4 down inside 40 overs. It's not often that you got 200 on the board at that stage of a first-class game.
That over rate still in the red at -3.
There you go, it's a good over from DaFaNews. The first one slipped out as a full bunger, but a bit of swing prevented it being a boundary, but the 5 after that were grouped nicely. That's first class cricket in and over there, isn't it? That's what you've got to do. You've got to just put it on that spot, and as we've seen all day today, there's enough in it for the bowlers that if you're hanging 5 balls and over on a good spot, then you're going to get the Jaffa every couple of overs. What's that hand signal in the background there from the gentleman in the crowd? Is it a Middlesex fan or a Gloucestershire fan praying for something? Ed Seaborn, Roland Butcher, Andrew McKenna, some wannabe. Solid start to this over as well from Taylor.
I think we're now at 8 deliveries.
Yeah, yeah. Gets away with that one. That's a full bunger. Whether he saw him coming, I don't know.
Sorry, Kevin. Interesting that he's now bowled 2 shin-high full tosses, and we've also had De Lange with that Yorker. I wonder if that's been a discussion. If we're going to go too far one way, we've got to be too far pitched up. Let's not be short, because it's noticeable that they've got that we've had, I reckon, 3 attempted Yorkers.
Well, I wonder, did he see deploy coming on that occasion, pushed it full? But to some extent, if you're a bowler and you see a batter coming, you generally push it shorter, don't you? You bang it in. So charge this. But yeah, take your point. And we so often do say, if you're going to err one side, it's slightly better to err on a fuller length than a shorter length. Too full again. Sweeper's back, it's just a single.
I'm going to give him just about a decent delivery on that one. It was inviting.
2 full bungers?
Yeah, but full and straight at least. I mean, they're not sort of rank, short and wide stuff. Well, no, that's interesting. That Mark Lane walking around the boundary in the background. Just going to have a little chat with one of the senior bowlers. When you've got Mark Lane and John Lewis, as you already mentioned, in the coaching unit, there's plenty of experience and knowledge.
Fierce competitors as well.
All that information's coming out to De Lange, but he's not going to be bowling. We're going back to Price's spin.
Seeing it big deploy onto the back foot there, off spinner bowling with the slope as well. So once he's picked up that length early, then he's confident on the back foot to play that. It's nicely bowled, bit of flight. And then width, but again, it's nearly a bad ball that brings a wicket because it was so wide. Get his throw in the hands at it.
There is a little bit of grip, isn't there, for Price? And you can actually see, just as he walks back there, just rubbing his hands on the floor, there's quite a lot of dust coming up, which is implying it is dry, the surface.
Single to end the over. 204 for 4. Nursery end still for Taylor. Oh, get back. He's missed them. Well, I reckon you'd have put your house on that. Mid-off. Pretty sure it's Graham Van Buren that's going to pick himself up. And picking himself up now. If there's one man that you'd have thought hit those stumps, it's Van Buren, is it? It's a run out by Van Buren of Pete Hanscom a few years ago when he was Middlesex captain. Hanscom pushed the ball to the left hand of the mid-on fielder. The mid-on fielder had been replaced by a sub called Van Buren, and it was his left hand. And he threw down the stumps. And Hanscom, who was looking good in a barren spell for Middlesex at the time as skipper, he only scored about 17 or so, but he was facing Leach, and it was a good partnership, and he was looking good. Then pushed the ball wide of the fielder, was run out. Anybody in the ground associated with Gloucestershire will believe that Van Buren's missed that run out with all three to look at from so close. Would have been a useful wicket for Gloucestershire. Geddes survives.
I think Geddes was probably as surprised as anyone. As we saw on the replay, he'd basically given up. He knew with the hit he was out. As you can see, the sun out, the sky is blue, but there is that decent breeze still.
Northeasterly now. Speaking of which, how Durham getting on?
146 for 3.
Oh, go on, Durham.
Your Sussex goose may not be as cooked. They've lost a wicket already. They're halfway through the 6th over, but they are 30 for 1. So they got off to a flyer, but have just lost a wicket after Worcestershire were 123 all out. End of the 44th, 206 for 4. Since, of course, the last round of Championship games, it was announced that Somerset had that points deduction for one of their pitches earlier on in the season not being up to standard. There was a very interesting sort of thread of posts on social media that I saw. And it did sort of pose an interesting point. It's like, why is it pitches are only deemed to be poor when lots of wickets are being taken? When 900 or 800 and however many is being posted, none of those pitches get pulled up for being poor, and surely that's as poor. We want a battle between bat and ball, and sometimes ball being on top isn't a bad thing. Why is it we only see things one way?
every regular Middlesex fan has currently pressed mute for the next 5 minutes because they know exactly what I'm going to say to you. And it's actually, today's a good example of it, but the ball should be on top of the bat today. There's enough out there for the bowlers in this surface that they should have had control of today. But you felt throughout, after Robson and De that the batters have been on top. And batters on top of bowlers rarely makes for good cricket watching. And today, 4.65, 5 and over. With the Middlesex batters being on top of the Gloucestershire bowlers, it hasn't made for the most invigorating watch. There's been some lovely shots at times, including that man in his 22 so far. A couple of pick-up shots for 4 and for 6. But there hasn't been enough tension in it out there, has there? And that's the lack of control from the bowlers. Tim Mercer's debut was at Taunton 2007 for Middlesex. Lovely shot, powerfully struck to pierce the extra cover fielder. And another boundary.
Got the angle just right to get it past the fielder at short extra and then give Delanger too much to do on the cover boundary.
Yeah, Somerset had a triple century from Langer. They were batting second in that game. If memory serves, Middlesex had hit something around 700 for 3 declared. Let's say there was 3 centurions, I think, in the Middlesex innings. Langer then hits a century, triple century, as one of 4 to reach 3 figures for Somerset in that innings. And they declare somewhere around 850, 900. And for 4 days, it was run after run after run, and it was tedious to watch. Real road at Taunton back in those days. Then down to Swansea a couple of weeks later. 5 sessions, game's done. Silverwood swinging it around corners, and Glamorgan and Docks points for a poor surface at Swansea. You know, again, if the theory is at Swansea, if the tide's in, then it'll do plenty for the bowlers if the tide's out. So, you know, maybe it was a sporting surface going into it and the tide was in. If the tide were out, then maybe it would have gone to the 3rd day and they wouldn't have been docked points. But 5 sessions done in just over a day and a half, and Glamorgan docks points for that one. But oh, what a great surface at Taunton.
After an unofficial drinks break, that won't do the over 8 any good either. Charlesworth's going to get a second over. Oi, oi.
Full bunger and a boundary, and as if to sum up our point, the bat has been so heavily on top of the ball today. Brings up the 50 partnership. Double quick time, Geddes going. Had a fair lick. 81 balls with 5 4s and 1 6. They'll tickle 2. Occasionally been in danger of getting that run rate away from 5. 4 3/4 has pretty much been the best they've got it to. gets through. And another one gets away for 4. 11 off the over, only 4 balls bowled. That's better from Charlesworth. We talked about whether it would be a good toss to win, good toss to lose. It's hard to measure it at the moment because Gloucestershire will ultimately be reflecting that they're not on form today with the ball. 11 off that over and gets out of it with a couple of dots. 2-2-1 for 4. Oh, yes, no again. Back comes deploy. Oh, nearly ran past that one. Deploy. Oh, he's been having a walk around, having a chat with all of his bowlers on his way around the rope. It's been a tough day for his bowlers. 47 bowled, 477 their economy, 224 for 4. You're not still on him, are you?
So it's one of the things I like about cricket, and the fact that the coaching staff can just wander around the edge of the pitch and have conversation. I mean, you couldn't imagine Arne Slot leaving the coaching box at Anfield and just going behind the goal and all the way to the far side to have a word with his left back.
Are you thinking they should have technical areas?
No, quite the reverse. I'm all for anyone being allowed to go anywhere.
It could be quite entertaining though, if they were restricted to technical areas just below the balcony, because they'd really have to be shouting and gesticulating.
Well, I heard an interview on the radio a couple of weeks back from a man who works for a German company, and this is apparently now in football. There are some NFL teams using it. You know how most of the teams train with GPS trackers? Obviously, the cricketers have them as well and whatever, so they're recording various things. There's a new version of this which has got a little speaker in it, and so while the players are training, coaches can get on a walkie-talkie and actually get them a message while they're training through this speaker. And to the extent that if you're using it in football, you can actually then link certain ones. So if you want to have a word with your back four, you simply press the button and say, right, you're all 5 metres too deep, for instance, move on up. So you can actually do that. And the idea is apparently, so, you know, there's so many nationalities now, you can actually then speak to them in their own language and they understand it in real time and quickly. It's quite an expensive system. Apparently about £30,000 for each one. So it's not going to come to your local club side anytime soon. But yeah, it's taking technology to the next level. That, imagine, let's say Dame Villa's sitting on the balcony, Middlesex are in the field. Toby Rowland-Jones, can you just move five metres to your left at mid-on, please? That's potentially what you could end up with.
Leg side, I think. Watch it front on, you'll see quite a lot.
Well, Ian Blackwell straight away say there, yeah, going down.
Look for how much Midland off you see on this. I fancy a fair bit. Watch the front foot there. Come across a bit, but then it backs away, and there you can see all of middle and all of off behind the front pad. The back pad is obviously covering a bit of middle, but well, there's the conversation. Pitch it up, lad. A little too full again on that one.
Just one off the over in the end. 2:25 for 4. It's a bit of a double teapot, isn't it? But only a gentle one.
I'd imagine he's thinking, how can he rebuild this innings for his Gloucestershire side? Mac has just left.
There is a maxim in broadcasting that you don't do production on air, but I'll let you into a little secret here, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, Kevin said to Dan, the director, could we get the camera angle to pull out so we can see the work behind him? And we didn't spot where he was going with that. we should have seen where he was going. We apologise on your behalf.
Nothing will ever beat Robert Croft in his final year at Glamorgan crashing into an advertising board for retirement when he'd been running to chase down a ball on the ropes. Sadly no streams in those days. Socials would have lapped that up, wouldn't they? Poor old Crofty.
you seen him on Sky recently? Everyone else in the world knows Riley Meredith as Riley Meredith. Crofty's got his own way.
Go on.
Riley Meredith. It sounds wonderful in a Welsh accent.
That's a great shot by Geddes. Punching it through the offside. And another boundary.
Barely anyone moved. I must admit, I thought he just punched it straight to the fielder, but away she sailed and straight to the boundary. It's been 49 overs today. We've had 32 boundaries. As we said, it's almost been a boundary and over. Jeez, that looks glorious, doesn't it? We don't get as many shots from the pavilion end, but looking good. I don't particularly like giving a stat like that when I can't qualify it with what's the average number of boundaries per session per day in a 96 overs day. Because you've got nothing to balance it against, but just to the naked eye watching it here today, 32 boundaries in 49 overs. It's far too many. 20 of those came this morning, which certainly for the first morning of a championship game. In September. It does feel high. Although, as we saw from that shot from the pavilion end just a moment ago, it really is a belter of a day. If you didn't have the date on your computer in the bottom part of the screen and you were just watching the stream, seeing sunshine, players with shadows all around, you think we'd be looking at sort of June, July. It really is a glorious day. For the skipper. That'll do it. Century for the skipper. And having won the toss this morning, seen his side lose a couple of early wickets, the two openers, deployers, come in and taken complete control. And he's certainly been playing his own tune today. 238 for 4. 128 deliveries. 180 crucial minutes. 11 fours. And a real position of control for his side now. His third of the season. And he's now 3 runs actually away from making his high score of the season, his best 105 not out. So he will be hoping to go a long way past that and put Middlesex into a really advantageous position.
Van Buren's into the attack. Missed that run out chance of Geddes. Well, he'll feel he's owed his side one with that missed run out, Van Buren. A day like today, you take anything, don't you, as the fielding side? That's better. Ooh. Now, is that dip or drift? A little bit of drift there. Bowling into the wind. Van Buren. If you on bowl, 2, 3, 9 for 4. Seen overs to tea. They might scramble there with spin. Price of Van Buren try and bring that run rate down. Change of ends for Price. First bowl from the nursery end for the off-break bowler. Tall figure as well, so looking to turn it up the slope and perhaps find a little bit of bounce as well from this end. She's the first one through. A glorious drive, well timed, sweeper's back, it's a big boundary, downhill all the way, only get a couple. But as big a boundary as it is, the sweeper always had the chance to get around. 2-4-1 for 4. So with Surrey all out for 147, Notts only needs 6 points now to seal the title this year. Warwickshire 93 for 2, still denying that first bowling point. Will that flag be flying high for a promotion push next year for Middlesex? Just fallen short of one this campaign, as Gloucestershire have as well. There was a grouping there hoping to catch Glamorgan. I've forgotten to close the sight screens again at the pavilion end. There it is. Do-de-do-de-do. And we can play cricket again. Ledgy that one from to deploy a bit of length from Van Buren, just meant left-hander was reaching for it a little. Wobble in the air from that one as well from Van Buren, but a single to finish the over. 244 for 4. There's a nice spot, even on a slow day. Be a sun trap at the back of the pavilion at the moment.
Do you reckon the tea break's long enough for us to de-rig all the kit here in the media box and to get us up onto the top of the pavilion in that sort of bar area there? I reckon it'd be a cracking view from there.
Swept away. Just the single. He didn't get hold of it. It was a drag by Guedes, really.
Well, bearing in mind some of the shots he's played already, he will feel massively he's missed out on that one.
He was worried about the school kids, wasn't he? Oh, they've gone home now. Blimey, is it that late in the day? 3 o'clock it is. I've only had 53 overs, 54. Over 8, -3 still. Spinners on there. Shuffle for a single. Slammed for a single. Again, a big boundary out there for the sweeper. 3 singles off the over, 246 for 4. Who can we spot in the committee room? Eric on the lefts. Can't quite spot any other familiar faces in there. In fact, I can only spot 2 faces, and one of them I know. Used to run the club shop at Middlesex at Lords, Eric. Now hosting duties for committee days in the pavilion. Oh dear. Well, bad balls take wickets, but Geddes will feel he's missed out there. Looking to give that everything over deep backward square.
Feels like we've got into a bit of a lull in this game at the moment, doesn't it? Like sort of the bad old days of 50 over cricket, that sort of middle 15, 20 over block. It feels like we're sort of in that phase.
Well, we've rather accelerated to that kind of 60 to 70 over mark, 60 to 80 over mark already. We've got there early. They're trying to bring the scoring rate down with the spinners. It was at 5s, it's now down at 4.5. But it's control of some description for Gloucestershire. Try out the number of boundaries. 32 after 49. And right on cue, there's another boundary. 252 for 4, first batting point for Middlesex.
With another really nice punch off the back foot. It's a lovely looking shot. Yeah, they're trying to mop up the run rate a touch, but with no great penetration, it has to be said, at all here from Gloucestershire. Feels like that they're trying to stop the run rate by stopping the scoring rather than stopping the run rate by taking wickets. 2:40 to go in the day, 2:55 for 4.
Top of the Compton stands. Right next to the media centre. You could almost reach out and get a bit of cake from there, couldn't you? There's the view. That little perch spot at the top of the Compton. The best view you can get bar top tier of the pavilion. Just has a bit too much a feel of a procession today, doesn't it, this opening day's play. Gloucestershire could well just look at it at the end of the day and say it was a good toss to win, but I don't think. Oh, lovely bit of drift on that. Darted in by Van Buren. Single nonetheless.
Words just come into my head. There's been a lack of intensity today. It's not we're going through the motions, but do you know what I mean? It just feels a bit too easy-ozy.
I think the morning session just got out of control, got away from them. Now we just have to be careful here because there's a mix-up on the scoreboard as to the batters, isn't there? They're giving Geddes and Deploy the separate runs. They've just given that single to Geddes, and it was in fact Deploy. Let's see if the big screen in the ground has got it correct. Geddes is on 49. We can safely say though that Geddes is indeed on on 49. There we go. It's all caught up on the bottom. Top ball's finished the over. 57 bowls. 258s for 4, and that means there are 7 overs to tea. Yeah, I was going to say, I was trying to scratch my head as to what we've seen today from Gloucestershire, and at 2 down you thought Middlesex could be in trouble. It was set after 7 overs to be a 4 or 5 wicket morning. Did they get a little bit carried away with it? We saw some beauts from Gloucestershire this morning, but too many 4 balls, as we've said, and not enough grouped on the right spot from the visitors. Did their tails get up, but equally did their heads get up with it? Did they get a little bit carried away this morning and think that they were going to roll through Middlesex with some jaffers as they were serving up? But consistency, as we know in cricket, is the key. For bowlers just as much the batters, you can thump a beaut of a cover drive first ball, but it's about the long term, isn't it? The long game. And that's where it just feels Gloucestershire haven't quite had it right today. Maiden over. 258 for 4, and there is another mark of it. The maidens today. It's only the 4th maiden out of 58 on the first day of a championship game. September 10:30, and the ball's been doing a bit. That was probably the count that we needed to do, rather than try and count up how many decent balls they could put together in a row. How many maidens have they managed to put together to build some pressure? Nowhere near enough. Ooh, that nearly gets through, but it gets Geddes his 50 instead. Inside edge. Brings a couple, 80 balls. He's played some brilliant shots. In fact, he's going to turn for a third. He's on to 52. From 80 Geddes. Another 50. He's been a consistent performer all year long for Middlesex, racking up the runs since his arrival. Also brings up the 100 partnership for the 5th wicket, but 6 fours and that very big 6. An hour and a half of 100 stand for the 5th wicket that has once again put Middlesex fully on top, despite those 2 and 2 picked up by Singdale early in the afternoon session.
Well, Deploy and Geddes started the day on 5 half-centuries apiece. Deploy has got his 6th. Now Geddes makes his way there as well. Deploy, of course, converting his to 100, his 3rd of the season. Geddes is looking for his 2nd.
Well, look at where he is. He's miles outside of the off stump there, playing a shot. It was just a matter of whether it was going to nutmeg him. There's the confirmation of the partnership, 164 balls. Geddes going the quicker of the 2.
I mean, it wasn't a great shot, but it was a shot, so I don't think you're going to get that one.
You just see it beating that inside edge, hitting the back pad. But wouldn't have hit a 7th.
I mean, if those are getting given out, then you know the umpire's got a table booked for dinner somewhere.
Can we book him one?
Right, well, we've given Twirl a bit of a go. We're going back to the main man. And he has been the main man. Head and shoulders today. By the way, you know, we were talking about baseballs earlier and whatever. My apologies, because I meant to refer this earlier, but as we seem to have a few minutes with not a lot happening here, I'll have time to do it now. Someone very kindly has put in the chat on the stream the answer to our question about baseballs in terms of how many they actually get through. This number will blow your mind. So have a think, after this ball, how many balls do you reckon they get through in a season? You can give me a range.
Oh, it's a lovely ball. In a season?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd struggle to tell you how many they get through in an innings. I don't know the sport well enough.
Well, so there's 162 games in a regular season for each team plus playoffs. So
for each team?
Yeah. So don't even bother. It'll blow your mind. They reckon it's between 900,000 and 1.25 million balls get used a season for games, practices, and then also the playoffs. At a cost of $10 million. That is absolutely astronomical, both in terms of the amount of money to make the game happen, but just the physical number. Thank you very much, Josh Hobbit, who's put that onto the chat.
So how many home runs a season that loses a ball per?
But it's not just the home runs, it's the foul balls, it's the ones that get dirty or a bit greasy.
Good point. Cricket. How many would you get through then? So
That's why we could
per
never do it.
championship game. Well, there's at least 4, isn't there? 1 per innings. Regularly, there's 2 per innings, so that's 8, and then there's the changeables.
Which is happening far and more often due to 1, batters hitting them out the grounds more, and 2, they don't stay in shape.
So 10 per game, let's say. Easy maths. Middlesex play 14 games a season. It's a lot of balls.
And that's only the red balls. You've then got the white ones.
One at either end in white ball cricket. And if you're playing at Radlett, then you need 5 per end.
Chelmsford, you can double that.
How many balls in the river at Chelmsford?
Actually, yeah, the river at Glamorgan, the Taff's probably got £500,000 worth of balls in it.
263 for 4. The sea at Swansea. Another ground in the UK. Can you dump the ball in the sea? Swansea. May well be it.
Trying to think in terms of geographically close to the sea. You obviously got Scarborough, but
Yeah, it's nowhere near, is it?
no. Hove.
Blackpool's nowhere near the sea. The ground, that is.
Of course, we're not going to see Swansea much more because of the rugby club taking over at St Helens.
Always rugby, isn't it?
Yep.
Is that official then? That cricket's done at Swansea?
Well, I would say yes and no, because Welsh rugby is currently trying to have an argument with itself. For those that aren't following it, there are currently 4 Welsh professional sides, and the WRU is having a consultancy process about how they improve the standard, and one of the answers is to remove 2 teams. And obviously the implications thereof and how you make it work. So having done all the work at Swansea to make it a rugby venue, there may not be a team to play in it. So you might find we end up playing cricket back there after all. Who knows?
So it was 6 sixes at Swansea.
Yeah.
Three to tee. 264 for 4. Oh, well. That's ramped up. Keeping low, but saving deploy and keeping low. You might argue if it had bounced as you'd have expected, then he'd have played it better, but trapping the bat down. 3 for the day, where you just feel it's kept a fraction on the low side. Could be interesting as the game wears on. .269 for 4, 62 bowls, 2 to tee.
Well, Deploy saw something he didn't fancy then. Now Van Buren is returning the favour. Well, he got a touch, but Geddes was always in his ground. That would have been a horrendous way to get out.
side.
.270 for 4, with 63 gone.
It's almost a carbon copy afternoon as it was the morning here at Lord's. Gloucestershire's chat at tea. Well, 16 overs to the second new ball. It's got to be get there as cheaply as possible. And then once there, they've got to put right what has mostly gone wrong for them today. Must always wait to judge it when both sides are batted, but just with our own eyes we can see there's been enough good deliveries out there that there should have been more in it for the bowlers. And that may well just sum it up. A real long hop from Singdale, the pick of the bowlers, demolished by Geddes.
He's played that shot a few times today, and although one of them disappeared all the way for 6, I'd argue that might be the best of them, even though it only went for 4. And then skipped on into the crowd.
Last ball of the session coming up. It's a Ploytav strike at 119. Boy, oh boy, as he made Gloucestershire pay for losing the toss this morning. Bumper to finish. That's tea on the first day here at Lord's. The live stream brought to you in association with DafaNews. Middlesex winning the toss. They're 276 for 4. Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Here we go for the final session of the first day. It's Graham van Buren resuming at the pavilion end. And very nearly a wicket with the first ball after tea. Well, can you believe it?
Short. Well, a few more of those will liven up proceedings a little bit, won't it? Getters certainly seem to be taken aback by that. Deploy continues to use his feet. We've seen him doing that quite a lot today. And it's the first over after the tea break, 278 for 4. Well, we're going to be nearer 6 o'clock than 5:30 for the finish on this one.
Delanga from the nursery ends. Roland Jones over the years will drop down to the nursery end here. Look to get an extra bit of bounce, maybe. Especially right arm over to a left-hander.
That one to do a lot.
Tempter. It was a wide long hop, Marchant.
I wonder what wide long hop in Afrikaans is.
Although I'll let you tell him, not me. No, he's a lovely fella. Been up on the mic a few times over the years. Talent on and off the field, Marchant Delanga. Unlike you and I. Neither a talent on the field nor off it. boring as it is, that's the spot that Gloucestershire have to leave the ball. Second new balls, 14 overs away. They have got the run rate down from 5 to 4.25, which didn't make for exhilarating viewing in the final hour of that afternoon session. However, it was better cricket from a Gloucestershire perspective. And again.
Well, how many coaches have you heard down the years say you should never get bored of doing the right thing? It might be repetitive, but if it's the right thing, keep doing it. Why deviate away from it? And I guess that's the argument of the very best players do the right things more often than other players. You know, if you're playing at this level, you've obviously got ability. It's decision making and just repetitious execution.
Another single to end the over, but a better 4 balls at the end of the over from DeLanger, who was there or thereabouts after the couple of long hops wide outside the off stump to begin. Skipping his radar, going a few moving. I was just about to say the pavilion's thinned out. I reckon it'll be pretty cold in the front of the pavilion now if there's a breeze blowing into your face. Can you pan out for me just so we can see where they are? So the grandstand and the Compton stand, the likely areas to head to get a bit of evening sun. That's the Compton, you can see the sight screen. Or the matting that acts as a sight screen to the right. Close and gone. If there wasn't bat involved, then it was trouble for Geddes. Forward defence attempted, but it looked like the inside edge was beaten all right. Ooh.
Is it just drifting?
That might have just been sliding down. Looking at where that front pad was, it was difficult to see with the shadows first up, but certainly the replay from behind and then again from in front on closer inspection, you do wonder, did he stay leg side of that? But forward defence and an inside edge beaten. He may well have felt that he'd covered the angles correctly there, and that was sliding down. 2-8-2 for 5 it is.
It's another half century for Geddes.
Well, he and De Carey's have been the half century specialists this year, haven't they, for Middlesex? De Carey's waiting on that maiden first class ton. Joe Cracknell's a man who brought up his maiden first-class ton this year. A match at Wantage Road.
I'm going to be very interested to see how he plays this with one of the highest strike rates in the team in the red ball format this year, 62.6. Is he going to try and ram home the advantage in what's left of today? Or does he allow the captain, who's got 100 to his name and gone along pretty darn nicely, to just carry on?
Nice ball first up, full enough to get right in behind it and over the top of it as well. off the mark. No, he's not. I thought he was going to get up and surge, but DeLanger's there. 282 for 5. From behind, just watch that front lag, watch the angles of this from left arm around there. That ball pitching, it's really going to have to straighten. You can see where the front pad is there. Now it strikes him on the front pad, left arm around to the right hander, and I think this is what Geddes is disappointed. Yes, it struck the inside of that front pad, but you take that back pad out of the way and not only middling off, I reckon you can probably see leg as well.
We've seen a few balls from the spinner today gripping the surface, hold their line, even alter their line. But that one did give the feeling that it was just going to carry on its sweet way.
So because the back pad covered a lot of the stumps, my first look I thought, yeah, he's in trouble, but then you saw that angle from behind and realised that the front pad hadn't gone a long way across at all. Hooked for a single.
Oh, trouble.
Thought it was trouble front on to begin with, because it's played as though it didn't get up again. Especially from somebody like DeLange, a big tall man, bowling from the nursery end. It's quite low on the bat there, that squirted into the offside, but there you go.
Deploy had a little shuffle at the non-strikers and then said no. By that point, Cracknell was already moving.
Top ball's finished, another good over from DeLange. Just the single off it. 2, 8, 3 for 5. 12 to the second new ball, which can't come quick enough for Gloucestershire. Four o'clock, we've still got the best part of 2 hours to go. Light may be an issue on that, although there's not much cloud around today, but that sun dips pretty quickly at this time of year.
Well, I mean, if they carry on at this rate, 4s and a bit, you're looking at having 400 in a day. Now, obviously 5 wickets down, but even so.
Yeah, if Deploy stays there. His scoring rate's actually probably been dropping as the innings has gone on. Cracknell can score very quickly, but I'm sure he'll be looking to go out on a high, so we'll be focused on that. Perhaps on the side of caution. Chance for Van Buren to look at the right-hander now.
Was Cracknell watching earlier when Van Buren and Deploy had their little backwards and forwards? And now Cracknell's backing away. I think this is more good-natured than just trying to annoy each other.
Quickly through. .69 bowl, 285 for 5. Quick glance at the scores elsewhere. Somerset 221 for 4 at Essex. Essex looking to avoid defeat so they don't get sucked into something somehow at the end of the season. Hampshire similarly. They need something from that Surrey game you fancy, and to keep it in their own hands anyway. 44 for 1 in reply to Surrey's 147. Warwickshire 138 for 5 at Nottinghamshire. Sussex lead by 34 runs. They're 157 for 4, having bowled Worcestershire for 123. Was a loose from Cracknell. Durham 200 for 5 at Yorkshire in the other Division 1 game. A relegation scrap if ever there was one between those two, but again a draw in that match and a defeat for Hampshire would probably send Hampshire down, so interesting couple of days ahead there. Essex not wholly in the clear, and hopefully Sussex aren't either. 4 days in Hove, Macca, you can't beat it.
So I sort of wonder if you're employed by the Hove Tourist Board.
Glamorgan 2 for 5 for 9 against Lancashire at Cardiff. Anderson out of that one with the injury got in the Middlesex game last week. Bailey with another 4-fer. Balderson with 3. Derbyshire 267 for 2 at Kent. Kent the basement side, and then Leicestershire the champions 299 for 6 at Northamptonshire.
Bearing in mind the season that Ray and Ahmed's had for Leicestershire, the champions of this division, were you slightly surprised he didn't make the call for the Ashes squad, Kev, or did you kind of see that coming?
Jack seems almost a bit of a wild card, doesn't he? In comparison.
Well, my thought is, everyone's talking about him being the second spinner. Isn't that Joe Root? For me, Jax is going as third spinner, because Root is already, and we know Joe Root's brilliant. I've commentated on him when he took 5 for 8 in India. He's a much better bowler than he sometimes gives credit for. So I guess when I saw the squad was, you've got the left arm in Bethel, and then 3 off spinners. If 2 off spinners isn't going to do a job, why is a 3rd off spinner going to do a job? Why not have 2 offies, the left armour, and then something a bit different, which for me would have been Rayan. I don't know. Covers it nicely in the end. I mean, from what we've seen watching county cricket this year, Rayan's about the next man, isn't he?
Certainly feels that way.
Ooh, wasn't that far short of the bowler.
Nothing from the bowler. Great excitement behind the stumps, though.
Well, he's had to deal with an awful lot sprayed both sides. So if Bracey wants to go up for that one, that's fine by me on that occasion.
Nine overs to the second new ball. 290 for 5, Middlesex.
Now, someday, someone's going to explain this to me in a way that I can understand. But we took tea late. We're going to finish about half an hour late. And Gloucestershire are 1 over ahead of the run rate. The over rate, sorry. Those things can't be true, surely.
It's an absolute shambles, and for as long... Oh, buzzers! And he's run over it as well, backing up. They will only take the 2, though. That Borman out there. For as long as the over rate is a problem, and we go on way beyond the scheduled hours of play, there's no way we should ever be having a vote on players playing too much cricket. Because each working day is elongated massively by a slow over rate.
Yes, it makes your argument, well, we played for 6.5 hours today. Well, yeah, but you should be playing for 6 hours. And over the course of the season, that adds up.
Well, it's regularly an hour, isn't it? Just at the bottom of the bat, that one, as opposed to kept low. It's died then on the keeper. Oh dear, we've got a problem for Bracey.
Might have a problem, is it given us buys. There's another one going against him. It's one thing, I've been lucky enough to work with David Bumble-Lloyd a few times doing commentaries for various things. And as a former umpire, he obviously knows all the rules and regs. And his whole thing with over rates is it's dead simple. The umpires are in charge of the game. Keep it moving and tell them to get on with it. His argument is that if you let players dawdle, then they will dawdle. Now, there are naturally things that are in the game now, you know, in international cricket or games where we've got DRS, that is going to slow it down. We have more drinks breaks, official and unofficial, but there are ways that we can actually keep the game moving. And that's where we need the umpires to be saying, well, hang on a minute, no, that's not a stoppage that should be happening. There's no need for it.
As I say, if, you know, slow over rates, all the rest of it, but don't then argue that you have to do too much work when you regularly do unpaid overtime every single day that you don't need to do.
Well, I mean, the counter argument to all of this is people say you've bowled 72 overs, you've seen 295 runs. That used to be 90 odd overs worth. So you're seeing more excitement in that. But I don't buy that. Because if Liverpool go 3-0 up in a Premier League game with 20 minutes to play, the game doesn't get called off. The people who've come in to Lord's today pay 20 quid for a ticket to see 96 overs. You expect to see the full 96 overs.
Well, yeah, that's the problem with the international game, when the day's curtailed because of TV problems. Now, obviously here they'll play on to the 96, won't they? But nonetheless, it shouldn't go on that late. But or if it does, then you can't complain that you play too much cricket when you're going so much later than the scheduled close. Tried to get the sweep away a few times now, Cracknell, but DeLanger's obviously well positioned there. Over rate's come down by a whole run, hasn't it, from what was 5 and over for a fair chunk of it. We've got a sleeper. Or was it the beer festival at lunch? Tailwind? Where are they off to? In that direction. It's heading up and over Heathrow.
Well, they're taking off towards the east because of the strong winds. It looks like it's heading further east, that one. Right, now we've got to have a bit of Hammond. So what's that? 8th bowler of the innings?
Ushering Gloucestershire ever closer to the second new ball at this stage. Well, Hammond completes his over, his 23rd of the season. The vast majority of them will have enjoyed what they've seen so far today, with Middlesex 299 for 5. It's fascinating watching Deploy playing Van Buren here. He's basically, his toes are on the line of off stump, bat outside of off stump, and then as he moves forward, you can see leg and middle behind him as he plays that. So he's so far across his crease and almost forcing the bowler to go even wider and then be less of a threat. Deploy now. It's very much focused on that second new ball. Having got to here, is just thinking about the acceleration that you sometimes see between overs 60 and 80. Well, Middlesex have decelerated through this period. And credit has to go to Gloucestershire. I've been critical of them today in terms of their performance with the ball, thinking that it just hasn't been good enough, and it certainly hasn't, but the way they've brought some control to the latter stages of this first ball that they were given to bowl with, and that's assuming they'll take the second one straight away because of the control they found with this one. And with the spinners, maybe they hold it back for a little while and have an 8-over burst tonight with the second new ball. We'll have to wait and see. 299 for 5, but there's a fair bet that man in the background there, and Cracknell on the left be very much keen to be there when the new ball arrives.
It's a good point. We were talking earlier when the run rate was 5 1/4. Well, they've now got it below 4. Granted, it's a hair's breadth below 4, but it is below 4. So they've slowed things up.
Nothing doing. Hand on head from Hammonds. Just outside the line of off.
Wasn't much in it though, was there? Enough, but not that much. Can certainly understand why the bowler was asking the question. Well, that shot has seen a second catcher go out on the leg side. It's deep mid-wicket and deep backward square now. As well as the short backward square leg and the mid-wicket inside the one-day circle, if you like.
Four until the second new ball becomes available. And I have to say now, until it becomes available, because there must be a temptation to continue to slow Middlesex at this stage and have 8 overs of them tonight and still a very new ball at 10:30 tomorrow morning. And if in slowing Middlesex it just makes Cracknell and Deploy decide, well, we can't just wait for the new ball, we've got to get on with it, they might force an error. Second batting point on the board for Middlesex, 300 for 5. They'd have been delighted with this score this morning on winning the toss. Where can they go from here with it? They'll certainly be thinking minimum 450. They've been slowed up. Whether they'll achieve that inside the 110, however, another question. 302 for 5. Single more. Middlesex tick along, 303 for 5. It's a waiting game at the moment. How long can Cracknell deploy weight if they don't take that second new ball straight away? I think it would probably be a pretty cunning plan of Gloucestershire not to take it straight away. But we'll see. Thick edge on that one from Cracknell, but right over the top of it. Three oh four for 5. Top ball to end the over. We have 6 deliveries until the second new ball becomes available here at Lord's. I am not sure they'll take it, but we'll keep an eye on the quicks, see if they're warming up. Slightly more hot air in the room than there was a moment ago, let's put it that way.
Well, the new Conker's available in 5 deliveries time. Singdale has been head and shoulders above everyone else as the most likely bowler, so you would feel he has to get a crack at it fairly soon.
Well, the answer is Singdale's warming up heavily, so the new ball appears to be imminent. Oh, and they nearly took a wicket with them. Can we get that front on, please? Leading edge, saving Cracknell there. All day long we've said you've got to be wary. They got away with it. 80 bowls. 309 for 5.
Well, there you go. You can see the reflection of the markings on that brand new Duke's cricket ball. And so we're effectively winding it back to 10:30 this morning, because Taylor's going to take it from the pavilion end.
Nicely played by Deploy. Sweeper back, just the single. Nicely done by Cracknell. First boundary of the session.
Stayed low, pulled it away. Oh, don't say we've got a problem already. Only 3 deliveries old. Shot. Well, it was there to be driven. And that's about as good as it gets. Outside of off stump, looking for a little bit of shape back in, or the slope to do it for him. And it didn't. Gun barrel straight.
Away again. This is partly why I wondered if they'd take a little while longer before they took this second new ball, but...
Yep, the new one is harder. Therefore it can disappear off a little bit quicker.
Second dot ball of the 81st over. 3:19 for 5.
Right then, Singdale once again from the nursery end.
Beautiful ball there. Squared up a little by that.
Quite a few of those today, haven't we? Both from the spinner and the seamers. Just batters the back shoulder coming around a little bit, getting squared up. Can he get it between them? No. Good for a couple though. Oh, hang on. Is he off? It's just gone 4:45. What's on the telly tonight? Is there anything good on tonight? Wednesdays. Bake Off's Tuesday. Bake Off was last night. Yeah, it was last night, wasn't it? A suggestion come from the back of the box, Married at First Sight. I'm afraid I'm going to sound like a High Court judge at this point and say, what on earth is that? But no, I don't. I've got a horrible feeling I know. Let's not go down that road. Oh, that's well judged.
Mate, it's so impressive. Still the sweeper back. It's a game of cat and mouse at the moment. Even with the new ball in hand, we saw that one prolific over for Cracknell so far. Eighty-three bowls. We've got 13 remaining on the first day. 3, 2, 3 for 5.
Deep point for deploy, coming into cover, which is what that hand waving is all about. And the original cover comes across to mid-wicket. Well, it's a straight mid-wicket, let's call it. Shot. Another boundary for the captain. Not a half volley, it was actually fuller than that. But it's well placed. .329 for 5. End of 84, 3:30 for 5. $149 not out. They're making him wait. Long-range conversations about field settings. Taylor's on his way.
There it is, 150 for the skipper, 224 balls. You'd imagine he's got his mind on something bigger here if he can. Get Gloucestershire back out there again tomorrow and really make them pay, having lost the toss. And not putting the best performances with the ball, but takes nothing away from deploy. 13 fours.
Oh, that's another cracking shot. Cracknell's got the cover drive working today, all right. .50 partnership as well. 53 between the two of them. Just 108 balls, as you can see.
Top ball to end the over.
just shuffling around on those pavilion benches. They are in the shade pretty much fully now. Lewis Deploy wants another pair of gloves. He's been out there a while. And a couple of changes already, which gives you an idea of how warm it is, even though it is still late September.
Close. He steps a long way across there. Cracknell. You see a fair bit of leg stump by the time he's finished, but where did it hit him?
Going down for me.
At very best, skimming an umpire's call.
I think even that's being generous.
That's beautiful timing from Cracknell.
There's a couple now that have just threatened to shape in and ended up just going down leg side. Cracknell this time gets the contact he's looking for. And it's a futile chase.
Again, leg side from Singdale, just the single on this one. Bumper to finish the over, but Deploy happily steering and happily taking two. 3-4-3 for 5. 10 to go on day one.
Well, it's been a fine knock from the skipper. Interesting that. It's Trigger's coming out because it's so hot, yet the 12th man's got a beanie on. I just suppose, of course, he is coming from the pavilion, which is in shade. Well, that's a quick change with the new ball. Marchand de Lange. So what's that? 3 overs from the Pavilion and for Taylor. conversation is about the offside field. And the deep cover is going to stay out but go down to third. You can just see there, top left of the screen. So what was deep cover now becomes a fielder at third.
Nice view of all the sun seekers at the bottom of the Compton stand there, wasn't there? Setting sun over the back of the pavilion, the worn and out.
Just to stretch your hamstrings and calves out when you've been out there a few hours. Have to go scrambling down to the striker's end and beat the throw. Well, the strike rate has dropped quite a lot there from deploy. We mentioned earlier it was up around 90 at one stage. But that was when the run rate was in excess of 5s. It's almost back to 4s.
Little nudge. Squirts through for a single to end the over. 87 bowls, 3, 4, 6 for 5.
Well, it's dominated by one innings, that, isn't it? Although Geddes made a more than handy 60 and Holman 55. It is that 150 from the skipper so far. It really is dominating things. And while the batting card was dominated by one man, the bowling card's being dominated by one man.
Oh, it's a sweet pickup from Cracknell. And someone's going to have to find a way to bring up the 350.
thought that had gone middle tier by the way that the people on the lower tier were sort of shrugging down, trying to avoid a ricochet. He hasn't got a clue, has he? Little help. Oh, we got it. Don't worry. There we go. Oh, that was a fairly flat hit, wasn't it? It wasn't launched up into the sky. But that just went. I have a horrible feeling, by the way, the people in that box weren't watching. That could have been a game of Skittles. Well, the 350 up for Middlesex with that shot. It was an excellent first day's work.
Looks like they're set for tomorrow, these two, doesn't it? Put away the bad balls, but nothing expansive on this first evening. Shaping in again from Singdale. 4 for 88 he has today off 18 overs. It's been that economy rate that's been the problem for all of the Gloucestershire bowlers.
Definitely worse places to watch cricket from than there. The middle tier of the grandstand. Hello! You enjoying yourselves?
That's a lovely shot by Deploy, but the sweepers have been set back for a good while of today now, haven't they? That's helped to shut down the boundary count.
put deep square leg out if Cracknell wants to take on the big boundary.
And there we go. Look for two, and back they come. Good arm, but really good running.
Hustled really well, didn't he?
Steer again, just a single on this occasion. Came together this pair with the partnership on, with the score on 282 for 5 when Geddes fell for 60. He wasn't convinced by the LBW. I'm not too sure that we were either.
Four more. Just two straight. Didn't need much of a touch. Just guides it to the finest of fine legs.
And lifts.
Hello, nurse. Blimey. Disturbs the surface and goes a bit like an off break. End of 89, 362 for 5. It does appear that if you want to make runs today, you need to be in Division 2. Because in Division 2, we've obviously got 362 for 5 here at Lords. Derbyshire down at Canterbury, 366 for 2. Leicestershire are leading the way, 387 for 7 at Northampton. But in Division 1, no one's got over 300 yet. Somerset 293 for 6. Warwickshire, a couple of rain delays, admittedly, 191 for 5. Surrey bowled out for 147. Worcestershire bowled out for 123. Durham 273 for 7. So it's not geographical, it's divisional today. If you want to score runs, be in Division 2.
They all want to get relegated to come to Lords next year.
Come in, the water's lovely. Right, 7 to go, and Taylor's going to have a crack again at the nursery end. Had one short go earlier this afternoon. Third is going to go round to a deep point position at 10 off the boundary edge. Just as some cover down the slope.
Just nudging it around nicely now this evening, aren't they? Occasional one gets through for a little ball. That's delicately done by Deploy. Just opening the face. A little dab to deep third for 4 more.
It's just squeezed, isn't it? Lets it pitch and then just steers it away to where he wants it. Well, I would argue there's one big decision left in the day today, and that is Kevin going to be speaking to Laius Deploy at the close of play or not? Because he's obviously the highlight of the day, but there is a possibility, of course. I don't think he'll get there this evening, but if he gets to a double 100 tomorrow, you want to talk to him then.
It's a good coach day today. Speak to the coach. Didn't everybody do well, Dane?
Yes. You can learn quite a lot about a team and their mentality about close of play interviews, can't you? I mean, first of all, some teams refuse you to speak to not out batters anyway. I'd like to think we've got past that automatic stage of saying no. Cracknell's going hard, but it will just be the single. He will therefore retain strike for the 91st over of the day. 369 for 5. And Cracknell 5 runs away from a second 50 of the season. Got 100 as well, of course, best of 112 this year. Averaging 47.5. So he's basically at his average. Near as damn it anyway.
A dabble. Against Delanger.
It's theatrical from Delanger, I'll give him that.
A little unlucky not to have a wicket today, Marshall Delanger. I think he's produced enough peaches, hasn't he, to have claimed one. He's got a little bit to say to Langer. Keeps the energy up for the bowlers and the fielders as well, doesn't it, to keep the words flowing. shape late in the evening on that one. This ball will be 16 overs old in the morning. Middlesex will be saying to themselves, get in 5 down, get through the first hour and really punish Gloucestershire on the second day. A lot of batting to come still, isn't there, with DafaNews, Roland Jones. Sebastian Morgan, who's been a star of the second half of this season for Middlesex, One Day Cup and a few performances, Championship side as well. Then comes the big hit in Noah Cornwall. Slapped hard by Cratnell, pretty big hitter himself, moves to 49.
Well, he's hit through extra cover, regular cover and cover point. All off the front foot, and he's played them all pretty well. Oh, well avoided Ian Blackwell. Oh, we've reached arty time of the day.
It's like apocalypse now, isn't it?
Good job there aren't helicopters coming out of Heathrow.
Middlesex's very own star. Single, nicely done. It's Cratnell the chance to think about that 50 this evening. Oh, it's beautifully done. Pick up a boundary with it, but it takes him to his 50. 94 deliveries. And Cratnell keeping the pressure on alongside his skipper, Elias Deploy. Little raise of the bat. And a fine innings. Especially after the little tumble of wickets. 2 and 2, then Geddes falling. Cratnell coming in and making the most of his chance.
And another 4 ball, just using the wrist and squeezing it past the fielder and collecting 4.
Bowling figures look pretty tough, don't they, for the Gloucestershire team. Number 90 for Taylor. I thought he had a pretty decent opening 5 overs. Schedule close, 5:30. Still 4.2 overs to go.
Yeah, the light is still good. The only thing is now you can just see that shadow creeping across.
Couple of dots to finish. 92 bowled. 4 to go on the day. 3-8-1 for 5. We'll be sitting a little easier up there now after those 2 wickets and 2 balls. Ryan Higgins on the right. He'll have got over it by now, won't he? Henry Brooks, we saw in a social media video the other day, eats the most of the Middlesex team. Right on cue.
Well, you're saying sitting more comfortably. The coach has got his feet on the barrier. He's very relaxed about the whole thing.
Man after my own heart. Get your feet up, coach. Be a real bonus, wouldn't it, for Gloucestershire to take 1 away with them this evening now. Dearly love deploy, of course, but Cracknell would do as well. Winkling out the wicket of Geddes, the last to fall.
Well, it's interesting that the last few overs of the old ball were difficult to get away when the spinners were on. They take the new ball, and we saw the scoring rate increase. And now we're 13 overs into the new ball, and we're seeing spin again.
Swept fine, and swept for 4. Short fine leg Taylor, and Amble.
Wide on the crease, bowling left arm around, and he's just pulled it down the leg side, and that's swept away to bring up the 100 partnership as well as the 4 to the total. What's he done? Was it just an impact injury, or did he twist it? I think that's a brand new conker going straight between the hands and onto the kneecap. Hence the reason he's getting no sympathy whatsoever.
No one else to blame then. Is this the 3rd century standard of the innings? 127 there for Holman and Deploy, 121 Deploy with Geddes, and now 103 with Cracknell. Robson and Carey is 29 to get them going.
It's interesting if you look at the right hand column of that there, the 2nd and 3rd 100 partnerships, Deploy has been there the longer, but actually Geddes had a bigger share and Cracknell's had a bigger share. Deploy started his innings pretty quickly, but has throttled back. Well, we're now going double spin with the new conker.
Drifting down. Short and punished. Rattle onto that quickly, but it was really dragged down by Price.
I really like the way, I know it didn't bounce a huge amount, but I really like the way he actually hits that down, hits on top of it. There's no way that that is going to go up in the air from the bat. It is the world's stupidest question, but I'm going to ask it anyway. At 390 for 5, with one batter on 168 and the other on 62, what do you think Middlesex are thinking in their mind as a total here? The answer is always as many as we can, obviously, which is why it's the stupidest question of all time. But from 390 for 5 after 94 overs, it's got to be.
Well, they've gone at 130 a session, haven't they? So they've got to look at another 130 tomorrow morning, which gets them up to 520. By the time they get to there, you may well have lost a couple of wickets and all of a sudden things start happening quickly. I think they've got to have 550 in mind, haven't they? I mean, deploying 168 and Cracknell 62, if these two are still there in the morning and have a decent start, then Middlesex really could go anywhere with this innings. But as we know, cricket doesn't work that easily. One wicket and it all changes. So I think, yeah, exactly what you're saying there. 390 stumps today, or 130 a session, another 130 in the morning, and you're up past the 500 mark. 550 all of a sudden on follow-ons 400. I think the other thing as well, in fact no doubt the other thing as well, that Middlesex will look at it, whether they can execute it that way, is the scoring rate. Middlesex was scored far too quickly and far too easily today, especially the amount the ball was doing at times. That is something that I'm sure the Middlesex attack will be saying to themselves. We will not be letting them score at 4 and over.
Yeah, in a strange way, that's one of the advantages for Middlesex, with the captain being out there as long as he has been today and scoring the runs for them. He can actually say, I know exactly what we do not want to be doing.
Side drifting down, which is what excited Cracknell about the shot. I should be disappointed he's missed out there.
I think we'll file this appeal under optimistic.
Short fine leg's gone back to long leg. Maybe that's why I was trying to hit it harder. Leg slip now in place as well. Nicely floated onto the splice. 391 for 5. 6 balls remain of day one. Could Middlesex get off? At 5 down. That Gloucestershire fan in the background with like a Gloucestershire bag or whatever. So square on to the right. Yeah, just to the right where they were there. Do you think we'll just come here next week, Macca, and have a look out at that scene? Just sit up here. Imagine there was cricket being played. Or is that a little bit too much romance for you?
I have to say, I do like empty sports stadiums. They have a strange atmosphere all of their own. And obviously this place has very much its own atmosphere and feel. Well, with 2 balls to go on the day, if I'm Lewis Deploy, I'm getting to the non-striker's end and I'm taking off my gloves. I think he's slightly more of a team player than I would be, though. Well, he can take them off now, and does.
And a dot ball, resolutely defended by Cracknell. A very good day for Middlesex here at Lords to begin this final championship match of the season. 394 for 5, Deploy 171, ably supported by Cracknell 63, but it's the man in the foreground there that is the story of the day. Lewis Deploy, a real return to form for him in the second half of the season. It was lovely to see. Nobody could quite put their finger on how and why Deploy was struggling first half of the year. It wasn't like him at all, but his comeback in the second half of the season has been brilliant. Middlesex will be hoping to take it into next season, of course, but tomorrow first and foremost, because they're in a very, very good position, 5 down. Another morning session playing out like the last 3 have. Middlesex will be in a near unassailable position in the match if they're not already. Right, we'll be back in the morning. Live stream in association with DafaNews. Andrew McKenna alongside myself. Kevin Hand in position for this one. Tough day for Gloucestershire. They've got a lot of work to do, and first is just to try and get some sort of foothold into the match. That means wrapping up Middlesex before making a good start with the bat. Join us in the morning to find out, but from all of us here at Lords for this evening, it's a very good evening to you all.